Chapter 605. The third true inheritance had high value because it talked about lifespan extension methods. As the saying goes, living a bad life is better than dying of old age. Apart from special reasons, there was no one who didn't want to live and live longer. Gu masters could cultivate, and at rank 6, they could change the essence of their life, but they could not directly increase their lifespan. Ever since the development of Gu Path, countless capable people had researched all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Qing Mao Mountain's Guyue generation chose to turn into a zombie. Or Southern Border's demonic path Gu Master Century Boy, using return to childhood Gu to strengthen himself, he had the appearance of a child to reduce the loss of his lifespan. These methods were only the common methods of mortals. Gu immortals had even more profound methods. The third true inheritance was a lifespan extension method for Gu immortals. The one who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal. The lifespan extension method created by an immortal venerable. It was easy to imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the true inheritance's contents, on a certain day, Giant Sun Immortal had a flash of inspiration and activated this wondrous idea. He named this immortal method, Possession. The core was a rank 6 possession immortal Gu. Other than that, there were all sorts of rank 5 mortal Gu, amounting to 3,000. To think that the origin of possession immortal Gu is here. Feng Yuan's heart pounded. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, possession immortal Gu shined brightly. Several high-ranked Gu immortals extended their lifespan and changed the situation of the 5 regions. Possession immortal Gu might be rank 6, but it was a crucial Gu worm that could change the situation of the world. In an instant, Feng Yuan had an impulse. This was the origin of possession immortal Gu. As long as he took it away, he would be able to control the source. During the 5 regions chaotic war, if he sold possession immortal Gu, who knew how much benefits he could obtain? Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who needed this possession immortal Gu the most. As long as he used it well, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Feng Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm transmitted more information. This true inheritance. It was only an empty shell. Inside was possession immortal Gu and the 3,000 mortal Gu. They had all been taken away by others before they could do so. In the 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were the 88 true inheritances set up by the Giant Sun Immortal. But after so many years, a portion of them had been destroyed. They were taken away by people one after another. Mo Yao once said that, when she was still alive, when she explored the 88-point Xianxia Tower, out of the 88 true teachings, there were still 53 left behind. Mo Yao was an influential figure from 10,000 years ago. Although it was difficult to clear the 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were very few people who managed to reach the level of 10 points. But as time went by, there would always be some capable people. He entered the true inheritance secret realm. The number of true disciples left behind was definitely less than 53. That's the Great Soul Worm's special ability. As they conversed, Feng Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Although the true inheritance had been taken away, the special will that Feng Yuan had wrung out had made a shocking discovery. Using the soul to possess the body is merely a struggle at death's door. Death is unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult, difficult, difficult. In the true inheritance, there was such a sentence. This sentence directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal's idea of possession. The tone was extremely arrogant. It also summarized the myriad methods to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan Gu had always been the most important. The last 3 words, difficult, were filled with emotions. Finally, the person who said this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, people immediately felt that the previous sentence was very reasonable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the same status as Giant Sun Immortal. They were both rank 9 Gu Masters. But Giant Sun Immortal was an immortal venerable of the medieval antiquity era, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sunday. After Giant Sun Immortal died, 200,000 years later, the demonic venerable with the heaviest killing nature, Spectral Soul, appeared in the world. 88-point Xianxia Tower was so famous, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. It was not strange for him to come to 88-point Xianxia Tower. Could possession Immortal Gu have been taken away by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? No, it seems very unlikely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path. He was an expert in manipulating souls. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal could not compare to him. From Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's words, he did not care about possession methods at all. It is just that he wanted to live forever in heaven and earth, but he was alone and faced with many difficulties. Seeing that his predecessors were also trying to find a way to live forever, he felt inspired and left behind these words. Feng Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables who were invincible in the world could not escape the erosion of time. Time was the greatest enemy of heroes and beauties. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, their locations were uncertain and their production was limited. They could only be produced in heaven and earth. Rank 9 venerables searched the world. They gradually used up their lifespan Gu, but they could not find new ones. They had to think of ways to extend their lifespan. The number 1 person in heaven and earth, behind the invincible aura, was the misery of having a limited lifespan. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal thought of the possession method, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed at the difficulty of living forever. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable, such an invincible person, cannot escape death. Sigh. The wheel of fortune changes, each person dominates the world for generations. After the peak of prosperity, after the peak of misfortune comes prosperity. How can there be a person who can live forever in this world? In his mind, Mo Yao sighed with a heavy mood. Feng Yuan, however, did not think so. His gaze was eerie. The great Tao of heaven and earth emphasizes on balance and mutual restraint. But a Gu master's cultivation was to plunder heaven and earth, gathering resources to support themselves. Thus it was a truly heaven-defying path. Maybe this is the reason for heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But it is also because of this that eternal life that surpasses longevity is a worthy goal for me. Thinking of this, there was a fire burning in his heart. He became even more spirited. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only live forever, but his goal was an even higher level of eternal life. This was a realm that even venerables could not reach. Using the words of a person in Feng Yuan's previous life, that was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was an endless joy. Only when the tide hits the reef can it create beautiful waves. Humans could only feel the brilliance of life through constant struggles. In his previous life, Feng Yuan, he was only rank 6, but close to rank 7. He had never looked up to rank 9 existences in the past. It was because he had great ambitions. Here, he saw the other side of an immortal venerable or demon venerable: fatigue, weakness, helplessness. This stimulated his fighting spirit even more. The true inheritance in front of him was already an empty shell. It was not worth wasting time on. Feng Yuan continued to search. Next, he found 2 ordinary inheritances. They were related to Wisdom Path. These 2 true inheritances had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. One was false emotion fake will Gu. The other was love of children Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's Wisdom Path attainment was extremely deep. This was something everyone knew, especially in the aspect of love Gu. He carried on the past and created many new Gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, collecting beauties and making all the women in the world fall in love with him. This showed the power of love Gu. These 2 true inheritances. They were not what Feng Yuan wanted. He chose to let them go. Strange, didn't they say that this true inheritance secluded domain not only has ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled true inheritances? Why haven't I found a single unparalleled true inheritance after searching for so long? Feng Yuan asked Mo Yao in confusion. During this period of time, Mo Yao did not speak. It was as if he was affected by the possession immortal art true inheritance. His fighting spirit had dissipated. She had been hiding in Fang Yuan's mind all this time. After hearing Fang Yuan's question, she showed her vague figure and said indifferently, how long has it been and you are already impatient? Back then, I explored this place for a full 3 months. True Inheritance secluded domain is very wide, all the true inheritances are moving, there are very few supreme true inheritances, it is normal that you can't find any. Be patient, lad. Fang Yuan asked again, speaking of which, you also came here back then, tell me what good inheritances you found. This was what he wanted to ask. I have come into contact with many true inheritances, but in this place, the true inheritances are flying everywhere and their locations are not fixed, it is useless to tell you. You can only rely on luck to explore. Pay attention to time, the more true inheritances you come into contact with and the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances will fly and the more dangerous your situation will be. Back then, I was a Gu immortal, but I could only stay here for 3 months and almost died. When Mo Yao said this, there was a lingering fear in his tone. Even you almost died here? Fang Yuan immediately grasped the main point of the conversation. Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate you can only see 8 true inheritances and stay here for a month at most. Now that you have seen 5 true inheritances, you need to be careful. Mo Yao vaguely reminded. What is it that can threaten a grand Gu immortal's life? Fang Yuan asked. But Mo Yao only smiled and said, if you are fated to experience it, you will know, before concealing herself again. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly heavy. He had a doubt. In his previous life's video, there were a total of 11 Central Continent Gu immortals who entered True Inheritance secluded domain. But after erasing the process, there were only 9 people left, and they were all injured. Could it be that the 2 people who didn't go had died in the True Inheritance secret realm? Sometimes, there were benefits to having Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan was reminded by Mo Yao and became even more careful as he started to explore. 3 days later, he approached the 6th True Inheritance and used Special Will Gu and the Big Soul Worm to successfully obtain the True Inheritance's information. This True Inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal. It had the same purpose as the 3rd True Inheritance. It was also a lifespan extension immortal method. Giant Sun Immortal had researched Rinzhu and created a brand new path. It was called Yin-Yang Path. To use this method, a male and female Gu immortal had to cooperate and have intercourse to achieve the goal of extending one's lifespan. But this method had a flaw. If one's lifespan was extended, the other's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one's lifespan to the other. This true inheritance had also been taken away by the predecessors. The popularity of lifespan extension immortal methods could be seen from this. This is already the 6th true inheritance. Fang Yuan mumbled as he thought of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see at most 8 true inheritances. Beyond this number, there would be a huge crisis. If he wanted to obtain the true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to be careful. After all, he only had 2 choices left, and he also had to guard against the possibility of the true inheritance being taken away by someone else. 13 days later, Fang Yuan encountered the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a wash basin, it was dazzling with white light and its aura was higher than ordinary true inheritances. Chapter 606. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Looking at the blazing white light lump, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. He quickly took out Special Will Gu and a Big Soul Worm. He condensed a will and injected it into the Big Soul Worm, watching it fly towards the True Inheritance light lump. Unparalleled True Inheritance is superior to ordinary True Inheritances. I want to see what is the difference. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. But something unexpected happened. The Big Soul Worm and the True Inheritance light lump got closer and closer, but Fang Yuan felt the connection between him and the Big Soul Worm getting weaker and weaker. When the Big Soul Worm was not even 300 steps away, its connection with Fang Yuan was completely cut off. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance following its previous trajectory, flying forward leisurely. And the big soul worm he released was motionless. It was not appropriate to say it was destroyed, but no matter how Feng Yuan moved it, it quietly floated without any sound. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple, you need to be careful. In his mind, Mo Yao's will also lightly exclaimed, warning him. What is going on? Feng Yuan was curious. He rushed to the big soul worm and carefully approached it, inspecting it in detail. The great soul worm wasn't injured, but the will it imbued with had dissipated completely. The big soul worm was a rank 2 gu. After being refined by Feng Yuan, its wild will was expelled. Feng Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could move it like an extension of his body. But now, Feng Yuan's will, including the special will condensed from special will gu, had mysteriously disintegrated, not leaving a trace behind. The big soul worm had become a blank object. Anyone could instantly refine it by injecting a trace of will. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan could not move it no matter what. The previous few times, Feng Yuan had used special will to probe the true inheritance, cleverly avoiding the true inheritance test. This method had been tried and tested many times. But to think that before he could even probe the unparalleled true inheritance, he fell into a trap. Just what was hidden in this unparalleled true inheritance, to be able to completely clear Feng Yuan's will. Oh, I remember. So it's him. Just as Feng Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Soon after, she giggled. Kid, I should say that you're lucky. Or is it better to be unfortunate? There aren't many or few unparalleled inheritances, but you just had to encounter the most special one. Please advise me. Feng Yuan's expression calmed down. I've seen this legacy before, and it left a deep impression on me. I spent a lot of effort to get close to it. This is a rank 7 immortal gu personally refined by Giant Sun Immortal, called Human Chi Gu. The power was mysterious. It could even be said to be strange. Even I had to pay a great price to understand it back then, Mo Yao lamented. When Mo Yao was alive, she was a rank 7 gu immortal, a famous fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But to get close to this true inheritance, she had to pay a great price. Feng Yuan was now immortal. It was natural that he could not even get close to it. Human Chi Gu. Feng Yuan muttered this crucial name. He suddenly realized something, asking, is it related to the 3 Chi of immortal ascension? Kid, you guessed correctly. Mo Yao sighed, explaining, when a gu immortal becomes an immortal, they pay attention to the 3 Chi of heaven, earth, and man. During immortal ascension, to completely shatter the aperture and take in heaven and earth Chi. The more heaven and earth Chi they take in, the higher the gu immortal's achievements. But heaven and earth Chi cannot be absorbed endlessly, they must be equal to human Chi. And human Chi is the sum of a gu master's accumulation. The gu master's battle strength, the strength of their body, and the depth of their soul. Their familiarity with gu worms, their knowledge of heaven and earth, their awakening of their nature, as well as their luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, inspiration, and so on. They will all turn into human Chi during immortal ascension. The more gu master accumulates, the more human Chi they will have. The more human Chi they can absorb, the more heaven and earth Chi they can take in, and the higher the gu immortal's achievements. And this human Chi gu's effect is to absorb other people's human Chi, purify it, and use it on oneself during immortal ascension, greatly increasing the chances of becoming a gu immortal, and also deepening the gu immortal's foundation and potential. Mo Yao's words broadened Feng Yuan's horizons. He could not help but exclaim, there is actually such an immortal gu, such a wondrous idea. Amazing! In human history, gu immortals had always been extremely rare. Immortal ascension was difficult, often only 1 out of 10,000 rank 5 gu masters could succeed. One of the most important points in immortal ascension was the gu master's accumulation. Many gu immortals did not have deep accumulations. During immortal ascension, they would gather very little human Chi, but a lot of heaven and earth Chi would come. This way, the balance would not be reached, the heaven and earth Chi would suppress and swallow the human Chi, eventually causing the Gu Master to be assimilated by heaven and earth, dying. But if there was human chi immortal Gu, this difficulty could be resolved. Collecting other people's human chi, purifying it, and concentrating it on the crucial person, even if the accumulation was not enough, it was not a problem. One could say, with human chi immortal Gu, the chances of success in immortal ascension would be greatly increased, and the number of Gu immortals would increase. And increasing the number of Gu immortals would clearly increase the strength of a region. No doubt, this was a Gu worm that could change the situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, any superforce would go crazy and rush over like a flock of ducks. However, human chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was rank 7, even higher than the current spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mortal body could not endure the remnant power of human chi immortal Gu. His will had just approached the immortal Gu when it was devoured by the immortal Gu, purified into a trace of human chi and stored. If not for Mo Yao's information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark, not knowing the truth. Although human chi Gu is good, it is not suitable for me. Fang Yuan took a last look at the burning white light lump, sighing and shaking his head. He turned around and left without any reluctance. Human chi Gu's rank was too high. Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications to control it. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To Gu masters, Gu were tools. But human chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was like an ice blade. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a baby. Before he could even get close, he was already injured by the cold air emitted by the ice blade. Most importantly, I cannot use human chi immortal Gu. If I want to advance to Gu immortal, I have to break through from immortal. I cannot control human chi Gu. If I become a Gu immortal, why would I need human chi Gu? To help others? Human chi immortal Gu. It was not suitable for the lone wolf Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fang Yuan created his own force. Flying leisurely in true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually understood. After a while of silence, he said, Mo Yao, I understand the danger you are talking about. Mo Yao laughed lightly. She was not surprised. When Gu masters enter true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come into contact with a true inheritance, or the longer they stay, the faster these true inheritances will fly. Thus, they urge Gu masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. In the end, the true inheritance will be as fast as a meteor. Gu masters simply cannot catch it. Because of this, the Gu master's life will be in danger. After pausing for a while, Mo Yao continued, and the danger to one's life comes from the true inheritance. You have seen the unparalleled true inheritance just now. Human chi immortal Gu, before you even get close, your will be turned into human chi. Think about it. When it crashes towards you like a meteor, and you can't dodge in time, what will happen? Fang Yuan snorted lightly. He could completely imagine this scene. If a mortal's body was hit by the blazing white light, be it the body, soul, or will, they would probably be completely melted and turned into human chi. Like I said before, you are too weak only at the mortal realm. For the ordinary true inheritances here, every test is a difficult one for you. Unparalleled inheritances are even more difficult. To tell you the truth, above unparalleled true inheritances, there is a higher level of inheritances. They are known as supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Supreme true inheritances? In the entire true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotions, as if she was immersed in the deepest part of her memories. To mortals, it is impossible to obtain these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of obtaining an unparalleled true inheritance is even harder than ascending to immortal. And Imperial Court Blessed Land forbids Gu immortals from entering. This is also why even though 88-point Xianxia Tower has stood for so long, more than half of the 88 true inheritances are still here. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed with Mo Yao's words. It was extremely difficult to enter true inheritance secluded domain, and the chances were extremely slim. First, one had to be the victor of the Imperial Court contest, then one had to clear at least 10 floors of True Yang Tower, and finally, after entering, one had to pass the True Inheritance test. That is to say, once every 10 years, among so many heroes of Northern Plains, only one could stand out and hold the owner token. Just holding the owner token was not enough. The victor also had to have a strong force around him, and could not lose too much in the Imperial Court contest. There had to be enough experts around him, and he had to be well-rounded, involving every path. Only then could he have hope of clearing 10 floors of True Yang Tower. After entering True Inheritance secluded domain by luck, the True Inheritance test would send out another batch of people. The True Inheritance test was extremely difficult. Even a reborn old monster like Fang Yuan almost failed, not to mention those people. What was even more abnormal was, even if they passed the True Inheritance test, would this True Inheritance coincidentally suit them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, having talent, temperament, and opportunities. Such people had high aspirations. They would naturally want to see more and choose more. Like this, when they could no longer stay in True Inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regrets. Perhaps he might even die here. The flying speed of the True Inheritance is getting faster and faster. You still have one last chance. No matter what True Inheritance it is, quickly take it and leave. Not good, quickly leave. Mo Yao was advising, but his tone suddenly changed as he shouted. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a True Inheritance. It was the size of an adult, shining with 7-colored profound light as it flew towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it dragged out a long and dazzling flame tail. The light lump the size of a bowl was an ordinary True Inheritance. The light lump the size of a wash basin was an unparalleled True Inheritance. Then what was the light lump the size of an adult? In Fang Yuan's mind, lightning flashed, and 4 words appeared: Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 607. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his gaze shining brightly. He was still 1,000 steps away from the True Inheritance light lump, but Fang Yuan could already feel the surging aura of the True Inheritance. This was a feeling that ordinary True Inheritances and unparalleled True Inheritances did not have. Under the influence of this aura, thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind, countless thoughts appeared out of nowhere, and memories flashed in his mind. If it was during normal times, his mind would be like a deep pool. But at this moment, thoughts surged in his mind like a majestic waterfall, suddenly crashing into the deep pool. Thoughts surged, creating waves. This feeling was incomparably mystical, and Fang Yuan could not find the right words to describe it for a moment. The memories buried deep in his heart all came to life. The dust on the surface was blown away, and each and every one of them was vivid and lifelike, appearing in his mind with incomparable clarity. Large amounts of inspiration flashed in his mind, and many strange and wondrous ideas appeared out of nowhere in Fang Yuan's mind. Some of the difficulties that he had encountered during his cultivation were instantly overcome under the flashes of inspiration. Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily surged with an incomparably strong sense of self-confidence. This was an incomparably mystical feeling, as if he could control everything, as if he could solve all problems. This was a unique power, causing people to involuntarily be immersed in it. Lad, quickly wake up. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is. If you don't want to die, don't be immersed in it. Quickly look at yourself. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted. This voice reminded Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he immediately turned pale with fright. In just a short period of time, his body became weak and exhausted. Wrinkles appeared on his originally smooth forehead, and his originally strong and powerful arms were covered with a layer of old and withered feeling. He was becoming even thinner and weaker. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might still be immersed in this mystical feeling, and ignore the changes in his body. Could this be? In Fang Yuan's mind, an incomparably shocking answer appeared. At the same time, he activated his movement goo and rapidly retreated. True inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of goo worms. The peerless true legacy did not chase after Fang Yuan, but flew in a straight line. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from him. With lingering fear in his heart, he watched as this supreme true inheritance tore through the dark sky and flew far away. And this is just the aura of a supreme legacy, yet I almost lost myself in it and died on the spot. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed. He had connected the peerless true inheritance of human Qigoo. They couldn't even get close. As for supreme true inheritances, it was even more difficult to reach. Putting aside getting close to it, if he were to get even a little closer, the aura that leaked out from it would nearly take his life. Just as Mo Yao had said, Fang Yuan in the mortal realm was too weak. Although the inheritance was good, he did not have the ability to bear it. It was like a bee gathering honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, it could drown the bees. This supreme inheritance's immortal goo, don't tell me, it's that legendary goo? Fang Yuan spoke, he was almost 80% sure. But this answer was too shocking, he did not dare to believe it. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, you guessed right. Back then, I also did not dare to believe it, but the truth is right in front of you, you have no choice but to believe it. That's right. The immortal goo in this supreme true inheritance is the legendary rank 9 wisdom goo. Wisdom goo. It was recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. It could give the goo master endless wisdom. But one had to use it. The price was extremely high. The Legends of Rinzhu clearly recorded that Rinzhu and desolate Yingyue had offered their Middle Ages to it, thus obtaining its help. That is to say, one had to use wisdom goo. One had to expend their lifespan. Before Fang Yuan even got close to it, his lifespan was decreasing, wrinkles appeared on his body, his mortal body was aging rapidly in a short period of time. To Fang Yuan, wisdom goo was a true life reaper. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal obtained it back then, and what shocking method did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal thought of all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan, it must be because he used wisdom goo too much. Fang Yuan sighed. Mo Yao sighed. The reason why Giant Sun Immortal used wisdom goo, I'm afraid there was only one motive, that was to extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the more wisdom goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became. He did not get the answer he wanted in the end. According to historical records, Giant Sun Immortal lived for over 8,000 years, but he still died in the end. 8,000 years old was already above average among rank 9 venerables. The one with the longest lifespan was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He was only 3,000 years old. The other venerables had an average lifespan of around 7,000 years. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there are 3 supreme true inheritances. Tell me, what do the other 2 true inheritances look like? I really want to see them. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao could hear something amiss in his tone. He quickly urged, Lad, don't think blindly, you should take one of the ordinary true inheritances and leave. You only have the 10-edge owner token, you can only take ordinary true inheritances. Even if you pass the test of the unparalleled true inheritances, you won't be able to take them. Not to mention the supreme true inheritances, your frail little body can't even withstand their aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now that you say that, I want to see them even more. This is an extremely rare opportunity. If I miss it, I might not get another chance. Lad, are you crazy? Do you know in just a short while, you lost at least 2 years of lifespan? If you continue to waste time like this, when the true inheritances fly away like meteors, not only will you not get anything, you might even die here. Mo Yao said anxiously. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop, but he was unmoved. He continued to wander, and when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, he circled far away, without the slightest intention of taking them away. When Mo Yao's will saw until here, he became anxious. You lunatic! My God, what on earth are you thinking in your head? Not taking such a great true inheritance, just for the sake of broadening your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what about me? What about the water pavilion? Even if I die, this will of yours naturally can't survive either. But don't worry, the water pavilion still has your will. You can very well wait for a fated person at the back, and then entrust this precious mission to him or her, Feng Yuan said slowly. Mo Yao urged again, but Feng Yuan was stubborn. He did as he pleased. He explored continuously, and several more days passed. The speed of the true inheritances became increasingly faster, and Feng Yuan was in danger again and again. Several times his life was in danger, but he narrowly avoided it in the end. Mo Yao urged again and again, and was about to go crazy from anxiety. Lad, I give in to you. I give it to you. You're really one-track minded. All right, don't stay any longer. I will tell you what the other two supreme inheritances are. The first is the Luck Path inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal created this path because he relied on his Luck Path attainment to dominate the world. Invincible in the world. The second is the control rights of 88-point Xianxia Tower. This tower was created by the combined efforts of Giant Sun Immortal and Long-Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. With it, there will be an endless supply of goo cultivation resources. She was truly anxious. Normally, even if Feng Yuan asked about such insider information, she might not have the mood to answer him. But now, she directly revealed it, afraid that Feng Yuan would act foolishly again. But what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Feng Yuan chuckled as if he did not hear anything, and continued to fly. A few days later, the true inheritances were already as fast as birds. It was easy for Feng Yuan to dodge one or two of them. But the true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking. True inheritances of all sizes flew in the narrow space, each dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were of all colors, almost forming a sparse net of light. Feng Yuan could only survive in the cracks. At this stage, Feng Yuan was fully concentrated, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid of a careless mistake that would lead to the tragedy of his death. It's almost time to go at this moment. You can't even take away an ordinary true inheritance. As long as you stay at the same spot, the danger will increase along with your breathing. Sigh, you actually acted up at such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was tired of persuading and had no strength left. Feng Yuan's gaze was bright. He suddenly asked, "Say, is it possible that when the two true inheritances collide, I will benefit from it?" Mo Yao heard this and was stunned. But immediately she screamed, "You idiot, you idiot! Would the great giant Sun Immortal make such an obvious mistake? So that's what you were thinking. I overestimated you. I overestimated you. You're too smart for your own good. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to take advantage of? You're too naive, you're too naive." "Oh, so it's just my wishful thinking." Feng Yuan chuckled, his expression calm, and continued to explore. Actually, he already knew this and purposely said this to provoke Mo Yao. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" Mo Yao was completely driven mad by Feng Yuan's provocation. "Whether I die or not is my business. It's none of your business. You're already dead. What's a dead person shouting here for?" Feng Yuan mocked lightly, his expression calm, as if the one in deep danger was not him. "Damn it! Bastard! Idiot!" Mo Yao's anger seemed to have been ignited. He cursed endlessly. But right at this time, there was an explosion 10,000 steps away. Feng Yuan followed the sound and saw that the two true inheritances collided before they bounced off and flew in different directions. Feng Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his nonsense would actually cause the clash of true inheritances to occur. Especially one of the true inheritances, it seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also stunned. How is this possible? Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing. She no longer had the demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. When I explored this place back then, why didn't I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes widened as she realized, so that's it. That is a luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I risked my life to create a crack. wanting to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo inside, but it flew away. I could only use a portion of the inheritance and settle for the next best thing, to refine calamity beckoning goo. This supreme true inheritance was cracked by Mo Yao. It was already incomplete, thus it did not follow the rules and collided with the other true inheritances. Another collision. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. This collision seemed to have knocked out a goo from the luck path supreme true inheritance? Fang Yuan was stunned. What do you think that is? Mo Yao was also stunned. He shouted, that is a luck path goo worm. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and take it. Fang Yuan was hesitant. If I take this goo worm, will I face the luck path true inheritance's test? The luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan could not endure its test. Bullshit test. The collision caused the crack in the true inheritance light lump to become larger. It was disintegrating. Quickly take it and leave. If you don't leave, you will die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled. He dodged left and right, getting close with difficulty and grabbing this luck path goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, but not an immortal goo. Lad, why are you still not leaving? Mo Yao shouted. How, what's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave. He stayed in true inheritance secluded domain and looked around. Looking at the time, it should be about time. He muttered. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan scattered a bunch of goo worms, activating them together and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong suction force, absorbing a portion of the true inheritance's light into the whirlpool. After a few breaths of time, the whirlpool paused and collapsed, revealing a door. That's right. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. At the next moment. Chapter 608. In front of them was a beautiful white jade hall. 4 huge pillars supported the dome. On the ground, the light could illuminate one's figure. Be it the walls, pillars, or the ceiling, they were all constructed from white jade stones that were as white as snow. In the center of the hall, there was a small platform with 23 steps. On the platform, there was a bronze divine bird statue. The divine bird raised its head, wanting to soar into the sky, but countless black chains, each as thick as an ancient tree, clung onto the divine bird's body, tightly coiling around its slender neck, coiling around its slender legs, and even piercing through its feathers cruelly, latching onto its body. The divine bird's eyes squinted into the shape of a blade. It frowned and opened its mouth, as if screaming in anger. Its expression was captivating, every detail was vivid and lifelike, its entire body overflowed with an unyielding spirit, giving people a deep impression with just one look. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the huge bronze divine bird statue that occupied his entire field of vision. 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his black eyes. This. The shock brought by the change made Mo Yao tongue-tied. She swallowed her saliva, pointing with her finger as she exclaimed, This is Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. What's so strange about that? Fang Yuan's lips curled up, smiling lightly. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a land spirit to begin with, otherwise, it would not have acknowledged Giant Sun Immortal back then, and acknowledged him as its owner. The land spirit is formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power of the blessed land. To get rid of the land spirit, one has to deal with the entire blessed land. The death of the land spirit means the blessed land is destroyed. Conversely, the blessed land is destroyed. It also means the death of the land spirit. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land is here, the land spirit is definitely alive. These words caused Mo Yao to scold in pain. Rascal! How can I not understand such a simple logic? Mo Yao had spent a lot of effort researching 88-point Xianxia Tower for her lover Bo Qing, attempting to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. In the end, although she successfully entered the true inheritance secluded domain, she was not able to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He could only settle for the next best thing, using the contents of the inheritance and his refinement Grandmaster Foundation to refine calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she knew the value of the royal court's land spirit very clearly. Back then, the giant Sun Immortal had yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. In the competition for the inheritance rights of Royal Court Blessed Land, he succeeded and became the owner of Royal Court Blessed Land. When he reaches the 9th transformation and becomes invincible in the world, he will have a better longevity grotto heaven. Imperial Court Blessed Land will become one of the above-ground palaces of Giant Sun Immortal. The Giant Sun Immortal set up the 88-point Xianxia Tower. He placed it in Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. To plot for the 88-point Xianxia Tower, one had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Royal Court Blessed Land was equivalent to a layer of turtle shell protecting 88-point Xianxia Tower. After the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal, this layer of turtle shell had always been displaying its great effect, preventing Gu Immortals from entering. But among them, there was a huge loophole that almost any Gu Immortal could understand. That was the existence of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. This loophole. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, it did not exist. Because Giant Sun was the owner of the land spirit, whatever he wanted the land spirit to do, the land spirit would obey unconditionally. But after Giant Sun Immortal died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as the land spirit recognized them as its owner, no matter who it was, they could become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the 88-point Xianxia Tower was set up in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would control the 88-point Xianxia Tower. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this relationship after thinking about it for a bit. When Mo Yao was alive, when she researched 88-point Xianxia Tower, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort researching this. But in the end, she gained nothing. In this aspect, all the hard work she put in was for naught. What kind of person was Giant Sun Immortal? How could he not know of this loophole? He dealt with it extremely well, sealing the land spirit and hiding it deeply. When Mo Yao explored it, she did not even see a strand of hair of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden in true inheritance secluded domain. Only when the true inheritance reaches a certain level will a loophole appear and the door to this place can be opened. Mo Yao was extremely shocked. At this moment, she had already figured it out. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. This kid, I underestimated him too much. What is his origin? He actually knows the way to enter this place. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance had greatly surprised her. It far surpassed her imagination. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan copying the images of the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent Gu Immortals could research so thoroughly was because of Mo Yao's research. Mo Yao was a grand refinement path grandmaster. She wholeheartedly researched 88-point Xianxia Tower for her lover and entered alone. After her death, she left behind precious research materials that were controlled by Spirit Affinity House. After 10,000 years, generations of Spirit Affinity House's geniuses continued to deepen their research. At the same time, the 88-point Xianxia Tower was also eroded by time. The more loopholes there were, the easier it was to use them. But Spirit Affinity House knew that it was not possible for a superforce like them to take over a fat piece of meat like 88-point Xianxia Tower. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly cooperated with several Central Continent ancient sects, plotting for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead and held the most important research materials. Afterwards, when Central Continent Gu Immortals attacked in large numbers, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Black Moon. Slowly walking up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the bronze divine bird's feet. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. But it was firmly sealed by Giant Sun Immortal and could not move. From over 100,000 years ago, after a long time, it had stood there until now. As he got closer, Mo Yao discovered something. Hey, kid, it will be difficult to realize your plan this time. The green mud on this Frost Jade Peacock's body is formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison Gu. The black chains coiling around its body are formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Web Gu Hog. Saying so, Mo Yao suddenly thought of something, his words stopped abruptly. At once. In Fang Yuan's mind, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because she suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned two immortal goo, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Goo and Earthweb Goo, although they were rank 7 immortal goo, they were one rank higher than Gruel Mud. But they were expendable goo, they would dissipate after one use. The power of the two rank 7 immortal goo worked together to imprison the land spirit, but after 100,000 years of cleansing. This power had already weakened a lot. And Gruel Mud was precisely restraining this power. Haha, it seems you have already thought of it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, taking out immortal goo Gruel Mud from his pocket. Although this goo was rank 6, because it was an expendable goo, it was easy to use and did not require any immortal essence. It only needed to be pinched lightly. Fang Yuan pinched lightly and crushed it. The goo worm broke apart, revealing a liquid-like brownish-green radiance. The radiance followed Fang Yuan's intention, flying up leisurely and merging into the divine bird statue's body. During the whole process, Mo Yao stared blankly at it. He was speechless. After the radiance completely merged into the statue, there was a slight vibration. This vibration was so slight that it felt like an illusion. But soon, this vibration became stronger and stronger. The entire divine bird statue started to shake. The green mud that covered the divine bird's body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. And as the black chains shook and collided with each other, continuous dull sounds could be heard. Success. Success. Don't tell me, after 100,000 years, the power of the two immortal goo is almost gone? Mo Yao muttered to himself, his expression was extremely complex. There was disbelief, joy, doubt, denial, but next, the vibration became weaker and weaker. The divine bird statue soon quieted down, the black chains no longer collided, the whole white jade hall became peaceful again. Mo Yao was greatly disappointed, he could not help but sigh. I failed in the end. I was still a rank away. This arrangement was made by an immortal venerable after all. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao, why don't you take a look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao probed with his mind, he immediately said in shock. The green mud on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. Right, this is the true effect of immortal goo Gruel Mud. I was too focused on this, I lost my sense of propriety and did not think of this. Hee, laughable, laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Her expression was completely restrained. She once again displayed the demeanor of a legendary goo immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Actually, she had no choice but to lose her composure. When she was alive, she had paid a heavy price for Imperial Court blessed land and 88-point Xianxia Tower. Now, although the power of Earth Prison Goo and Earthweb Goo had been mostly washed away by time, there was still a portion left. Although Immortal Goo Gruel Mud countered them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to dissolve the remaining power. But don't forget, there was still the land spirit. The vibration earlier originated from the land spirit. It was because of it that most of the Immortal Goo's power was used to suppress it, allowing the power of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud to enter. The green mud gradually melted, turning into mud that fell on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was very conspicuous on the snow-white floor. Drop by drop, it soon fell on the ground. Frost Jade Peacock's head was freed, but when it reached its neck, the speed of melting was greatly reduced. Evidently, the remaining power of Earth Firm and Earthweb Goo had reacted and resisted Gruel Mud, causing its efficiency to fall greatly. It is exactly the same as the scenes in my previous life. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Frost Jade Peacock. Oh Imperial Court Land Spirit, look at your feet, I was the one who saved you. After being sealed for over 100,000 years, how does it feel to breathe again? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will let you regain your freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's furious expression was still fixed on its face, but after hearing Fang Yuan's words, it arrogantly sneered, I am one with the blessed land, everything that happened in the blessed land for over 100,000 years is reflected in my heart. If you want to become my new master, you have to agree to a condition. Over 100,000 years ago, giant Sun Immortal fulfilled the land spirit's condition and became the owner of imperial court-blessed land. Today, Fang Yuan was also facing the same condition. At this point, the scenes in his previous life no longer had any value. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he asked. Chapter 609. No, don't leave me behind. Save me, benefactor. His voice reverberated in Tai Bai Yunxing's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Huff huff. He was panting heavily, his body was covered in sticky sweat, he felt very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert showed an aged appearance that matched his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing became softer and softer, his tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he fell into a deathly silence, as if he was in a daze. His eyes revealed an extremely deep sense of exhaustion. Ever since he failed to pass the round, for a moment of selfishness, he ignored Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, causing them to sacrifice their lives. Tai Bai Yunxing had fallen into deep self-blame and guilt. Almost every night, he would have nightmares with similar content. In the nightmares, blood splattered everywhere, a foul stench filled the air, all kinds of ugly blood fiends bared their fangs and claws, and he was deeply surrounded, facing Zhu Zai and Gao Yang's pleas again. They called him benefactor, begging him to save them. But every time, even if Tai Bai Yunxing's aperture was filled with primeval essence, he would not be able to move and watch as Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were surrounded by blood fiends, then devoured their flesh and blood, until only their pale white skeletons were left. During the entire process, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang kept pleading for help, sometimes pleading, sometimes defending, sometimes scolding, sometimes mocking. Finally, when they turned into snow-white skeletons, lying in a pool of blood, only their skulls were left. They were still saying, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and benevolent, he will definitely not give up on us. Yes, I also believe in him. Even if I die, I still believe." Tai Bai Yunxing was in pain, grief, helplessness, regret. Especially at the final juncture, he would weakly kneel on the ground in the dream, letting blood stain his white hair as he cried bitterly. He felt that he was no longer Tai Bai Yunxing. Such an experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he reevaluated himself, it was a severe denial. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he even felt like he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunxing was not the only one who had a sleepless night. It was already late at night. The night of the imperial court-blessed land shone brightly. It spread throughout this part of the world. He Lulan leaned against the window and looked into the distance. The 88-point Xianxia Tower at the top of the Holy Palace was still forming a new floor. The dazzling haze swayed in the air, looking magnificent. Damn it! The owner's token was actually lost. What the hell is going on? He thought back to the scene when he was trying to break through the barrier during the day. He Lulan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with an ominous glint as if he wanted to devour someone. Throughout history, there had never been a case where a new house master had lost his house master token, but this had happened to He Lulan. Whatever. Without the owner token, so what if he could not use the killer move Grey Meltdown? There was no difficulty. None of them can stop me from obtaining the strength path Immortal Gu. Nyangqin, you know, in the underworld. Watch me take revenge for you. Fang Yuan was strolling in the courtyard of the Holy Palace. His expression was not good, his face was solemn. In the flower garden, jade springs, stone bridges, and flowers bloomed like spring. Such a beautiful scenery, but he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Just as he left the White Jade Hall, Fang Yuan was vexed over the matter of subduing the imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's Will laughed continuously. To think that the condition for imperial court-blessed land to recognize a master is actually like this. Kid, with your gloomy personality, it won't be easy for you to find a woman who truly loves you, and for her to truly love you. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan faced the Imperial Court Land Spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, he was told the condition to become the Lord of the Imperial Court: true love. To make Frost Jade Peacock willingly recognize a master and be obedient, what was needed was not a person, but a Gu master couple who truly loved each other. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal to meet this condition. But to Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just asking Fang Yuan to truly love a woman was almost impossible. If it was my previous life, I could achieve this. But in this life, Fang Yuan paced around, walking to the stone bridge and stopping. He held the railing of the bridge and gazed at the jade lake under the bridge, sneering continuously. The lake was like a mirror, shining brightly like silver under the night light. The night invasion of 88-point Xianxia Tower, a hair-raising action, came to an abrupt end. Right now, he was in the tranquil and peaceful sacred palace, a huge contrast from the danger lurking everywhere before, making him feel like he was in a dream. Life is like a dream, morning dew and sunset flowers, like bubbles. Fang Yuan muttered, absent-minded for a moment. A light wind blew, causing ripples to form on the small lake. Within the ripples, a silvery figure appeared, and in Fang Yuan's absent-minded gaze, a woman's figure appeared. That was the woman buried deep in his memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he met her when he was at his lowest. Life's encounters were so wonderful, but fate's teasing was so cruel and merciless. If we truly love each other, why would I think of her? Fang Yuan's fingers that were holding the railing couldn't help but slightly tighten. He suddenly frowned, and his gaze became as cold as ice. The woman's figure quietly disappeared, and in front of him was still that sparkling silvery lake. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not optimistic. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. It was very arrogant, but it recognized true love. It was almost impossible for Fang Yuan to meet its requirements. If he couldn't subdue the land spirit, then Fang Yuan's plan to destroy 88-point Xianxia Tower would be for naught, coming to an abrupt end. No wonder in my previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xianxia Tower. Gu Immortals have deep secrets, they have extreme personalities, and it is even harder for them to truly love each other than mortals. After using gruel mud, although the melting is slow, the seal on the land spirit is weakening continuously. The land spirit has been sealed for over 100,000 years, it is filled with anger and hatred, and yearns for freedom. It will definitely break free from the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still sleeping, as long as the seal is dissolved to a certain extent, or if the land spirit resists and struggles, it will eventually awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal's will. When an immortal venerable is angry, blood will flow and all living beings will mourn. But the land spirit has the home field advantage. As long as the blessed land is not destroyed, it will have endless strength. The conflict between the two was even more terrifying than a fight between immortals. At that time, the ones to suffer would be Fang Yuan and the other mortals. Especially Fang Yuan, who was the culprit behind the release of the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would definitely meet with a tragic end. Fang Yuan's original plan was like this. The first step was to go to Northern Plains and infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. He had achieved this step. Cleverly using his previous life's memories, he killed Wolf King Chang Shan-in, who was on his last breath, and then took his place, becoming a higher-up of He tribe. Finally, he would hide in the Alliance army and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to enter 88-point Xianxia Tower and obtain enough benefits. Then using the image of the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit and become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land without waking up the immortal venerable's will. The third step was to not rush to attack 88-point Xianxia Tower after becoming the owner of Imperial Court. He would hide behind the scenes and let things develop. 88-point Xianxia Tower had the immortal venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the holy land that all Gu masters in Northern Plains yearned for. It could not be tarnished or touched. Once the situation was discovered, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by the whole of northern plains. With such a terrifying force, even if Fang Yuan escaped to other places, it would be of no use. And there would not be any super force that would protect him against all the forces in northern plains. Unless the Five Regions War, when they could not even fend for themselves and suffered heavy losses, this situation would be exposed, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to survive. After becoming the owner of the land spirit, Fang Yuan would order the land spirit to stay in the White Jade Hall and cooperate with the operation of 88-point Xianxia Tower. This way, everything would be smooth sailing. First, he could use the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land to deal with Gu Immortal Tai by Yunqing. This way, his chances of success would increase greatly. No matter the result, Fang Yuan was already in an invincible position. Even if he failed to snatch the immortal Gu landscape as before, with the land spirit's protection, Fang Yuan would not have to worry about his life. Second, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to freely travel between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covetously eyed by the Super Force Crane Gate, and every once in a while, there would be earthly calamities. It was at the center of the storm and was not an ideal place to cultivate. Fang Yuan became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his outpost, and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his main base. He could cultivate while contending with Crane Gate to obtain the greatest benefits. If things did not go well, he could abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would have difficulty in making deductions. And with Fang Yuan's ability to fix the loopholes in the future and secretly take charge of it, it was much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Third, Fang Yuan had a treasure land. Every time True Yang Building opened, he could enter and subdue immortal Gu and other precious cultivation resources, no longer needing to take risks. When the time came, he could use his previous life's fortuitous encounter to subdue Blood Path Gu worms and advance to a Blood Path Gu Immortal. It was stable and safe. But plans were beautiful, while reality was incomplete. Fang Yuan tried his best, but was stuck at the most crucial second step. If he could not become the owner of the land spirit, he would not be able to borrow its strength. A mere mortal could not accomplish anything. Now that the situation was worsening, giant sons would definitely awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use Whole Bottom Gu to connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But he could not take away these immortal Gu. And even if he obtained landscape as before immortal Gu, how could he safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do this. The only thing I can do now is to think of a way to convince the land spirit. If I stand on its side and deal with giant sons together, I might be able to make use of some of its strength. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 610. Half a month later. 88-point Xianxia Tower. Wind scythe birds were densely packed. Countless of them covered the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords and their curved wings were like scythes. They flew extremely quickly, leaving afterimages in the air as they charged forward without fear of death. Kill, kill, kill. He Lulan shouted. Black smoke surged around his body as countless black tentacles shot out, capturing and devouring the surrounding wind scythe birds. The intense battle had already lasted for an hour. The Alliance army and wind scythe birds were fighting. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The ground was covered in bird corpses, and similarly, there were large numbers of dead Gu masters. Ah! He Lulan roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed a claw as dark undercurrents appeared out of nowhere and rotated in the air before gathering at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents gathered into a black ball of light in He Lulan's right claw like rivers returning to the sea. The ball of light was dark and unfathomable. It rotated rapidly and actually let out a thunderous roar. Go! He Lulan suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger as he shouted, gathering all the strength in his body as he raised his right claw towards the sky. He grabbed the ball of black light like it was a heavy object. His movements were slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the ball of light slowly flew into the sky. In the air, it expanded rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. At once, the black ball of light occupied half of the sky above the Alliance army. Countless wind-scythe birds were enveloped by it. Soon after, they were corroded, not even bones were left. The entire process was silent. It was strange and tyrannical, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex lasted for 6 breaths of time, killing tens of thousands of wind-scythe birds. There were too many wind-scythe birds, and they were all gathered in the sky above the Alliance army. Thus, the number of deaths was shocking. After the Dark Vortex disappeared, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the surrounding wind-scythe birds filled in like water. In the sky above the entire Gu Master Alliance army. It was once again occupied by the wind-scythe birds. This was the 25th stage on the 68th floor of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. There were simply too many wind-scythe birds, including a large number of bird kings. Their offensive power was too great. Based on everyone's previous experience, it wasn't hard to guess that there had to be some sort of trick to clear this stage. However, He Lulan directly charged forward and mobilized all the strength he could muster. Directly flatten them. This attracted the crazy retaliation of the wind-scythe birds. "Ha! Kill all these damned birds!" Yi Luisang laughed loudly. He Lulan's outburst had triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe and He tribe were equally famous. Both were super forces with Gu immortals guarding them. Yi Luisang and He Lulan had the same status. They were both the leaders of this generation's super forces. Now, he saw He Lulan use her killer move. After killing a large number of wind-scythe birds, he naturally did not want to be outdone. "Look at my newly researched killer move, Flame Demon." Yi Luisang shouted, his sleeves fluttering as his primeval essence burst out, activating the Gu worm in his hand. His whole body burst into flames. The flames soared to the sky. The surrounding Gu masters were forced away. Within a radius of several hundred steps, he was the only one left. His body shook, the raging flames on his body split into a portion, forming a 10-meter-tall Vajra made of flames. The flame Vajra had an ugly appearance, sharp teeth, strange horns, and bulging muscles. It was a flame demon. The flame demon soared to the sky, rampaging in the sky. Any wind-scythe birds that came into contact with it would be ignited, causing the birds to scream in pain. Along the way, the flames soared to the sky, forming a line. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were instantly roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of many bird groups, reducing a lot of pressure on the Gu Master army on the ground. "What flame demon? It's nothing much." Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, feeling proud. Yi Luisang also laughed loudly. "Hey tribe leader, look again." Saying so, his whole body shook, shaking off the flames and forming into flame demons. He Lulan's expression changed. Not only him, even Feng Yuan's gaze tightened in the army. The flame demon's power was astonishing, and there was actually more than one. 88-point Xianxia Tower brought opportunities. Not only did Feng Yuan, He Lulan and others improve, the other Gu masters also had great gains. When 6 flame demons joined the battle, the flames on Yi Luisang's body were completely shaken off. 6 flame demons, fortunately. Feng Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression also eased slightly. Yi Luisang was talented, this killer move had great power, but that was it. At best, it could only be compared to the Dark Vortex. The flame demons continued to wreak havoc for an hour, their power becoming weaker and weaker, until they were finally annihilated among the wind-scythe birds. But soon, Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Xishui, Pei Yan Fei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked one after another, using killer moves. The powerful battle strength of rank 5 Gu masters changed the battle situation, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Finally, they successfully passed the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a joint petition requesting to stop the advance. They are worried that their casualties are too high and need to recuperate. Before He Lulan could carefully look at this round, his trusted aide He Shu came to report. He Lulan immediately frowned, shouting, "Such small casualties and they are complaining. A bunch of good-for-nothings, incompetent cowards. Reject this petition and tell them that they need to advance. Whoever dares to retreat and escape the Alliance army will have their 9 clans killed without mercy." As he said this, he snatched the joint letter from the Patriarch and tore it into pieces in a few swift moves. "Continue advancing. Charge forward." He Lulan waved his arm, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88-point Xianxia Tower would give off strange vibrations every once in a while. Together with the mysterious loss of the owner token, He Lulan felt that the situation was not simple. His sharp intuition told him that something terrible had happened. To prevent any problems from happening, he had to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu as soon as possible. After advancing to a Strength Path Gu Immortal, he would have the strength to control the changing situation. This time, they attacked all the way to the 28th round. He Lulan saw that everyone could not hold on any longer, the casualties were huge and they needed to recuperate, he could only reluctantly retreat. In the room, Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He looked at the East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu recorded the cultivation insights of Gu masters of the past. Most of them were time path insights. These were the rewards from clearing 88-point Xianxia Tower. Don't tell me this is fate's arrangement, I have to advance to a Gu Immortal? Tai Bai Yunxing had failed in his search for lifespan Gu and expended all his wealth. He could only become an external elder of He tribe. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage, he had a keen sense of time, he had sensed that he did not have much time left. Advancing to Gu Immortal could raise the quality of a Gu master's life, but it could not increase their lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunxing's situation was special. His time path inheritance. It had an extraordinary origin. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. This inheritance had 3 cores, river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance content had already been deduced when becoming an immortal. Using the supreme opportunity of heaven and earth resonance, man as before Gu could become an immortal Gu. Mortal man as before. It could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before, but it could be used on oneself. If I had man as before immortal Gu, I could use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not spring-autumn cicada. It cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunxing's heart clenched, intense guilt and remorse assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan stood at the top of the tower, looking towards He tribe's direction. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated all along, giving him a new and unique vision. This rank 5 mortal Gu was his only unexpected gain in true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggested, could inspect luck. This was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, He tribe's area had countless smoke-like luck. Among them, there were 2 that were extremely thick, standing out like a crane among chickens. Even palaces and houses could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was grand like a giant pillar, the color of blue clouds, extending for a long time. The other came from Tai Bai Yunxing. His luck was like a burning cloud at dusk, the red light shining brightly, accumulating in the sky above his house, giving people a feeling of burning flames. These two's luck are flourishing, but there is a difference. He Lulan's luck gives people a feeling of permanence. Tai Bai Yunxing's luck is like a pile of firewood, burning intensely at the final moment. These days, I have been manipulating in the dark and obtained a lot of time path insights, giving them to Tai Bai Yunxing as a reward. Every time he gets a reward, the fire cloud luck above his head will become brighter and brighter. His chances of becoming an immortal will increase by a bit. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, sighing inwardly at the mysteriousness of luck path. But he had only obtained one luck inspection goo. He did not know the contents of the other inheritances. It was like opening a new window. Facing this new path, he could only slowly explore it. Next, he used luck inspection goo to look at himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in pitch-black luck. This luck formed a huge coffin shape, covering his entire body, emitting dense death energy and ominous aura. Even though Fang Yuan had inspected it many times, every time he saw this, his heart would sink. My luck does not look good. But these days, I have been persuading the Imperial Court land spirit, but there is no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. He only wants to break through the obstruction and regain his freedom. True Yang building has already trembled 38 times. There will be a moment when giant suns will awaken. Fang Yuan gasped. He saw a group of Gu masters far away, each covered in a small black coffin luck, walking towards He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunxing's residence. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while and understood why these people were leaving. Chapter 611. Old Sir Tai Bai, please seek justice for us. I beg Old Sir to plead for mercy for us. Our tribe, the old, the weak, the women and the children, the future of our tribe is in Lord's hands. In the house, a group of Gu masters knelt on the ground. They were either sobbing or had a sorrowful expression. They were all pleading for Tai Bai Yunxing's help. These Gu masters had extraordinary statuses. They were all tribe leaders. Lu tribe, Shi tribe. These tribes were all mid-sized or small to mid-sized. In the process of attacking 88-point Xianxia Tower, they suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, they might face the danger of being exterminated. Several times earlier, they had submitted petitions to retreat, but He Lulan had rejected them harshly. Survival first. He Lulan's militaristic behavior had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and mid-sized tribes. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to look for He Lulan directly. They discussed for a while and came together to seek Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Tai Bai Yunxing was the #1 healing master of the current generation in Northern Plains. He was publicly recognized as a merciful person. His reputation was #1 in the hearts of Northern Plains mortals. Now, he had also become He tribe's external elder and was highly regarded by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's help, they might be able to give their tribe a precious chance to rest and recuperate. All of you stand up and talk. Tai Bai Yunxing advised. Old Lord, if you don't agree, we won't stand up. Come and see my people, and you will understand our pain and sorrow. Our casualties are too heavy. The women lost their husbands. The children have lost their parents. The elderly have lost their children. Old Sir, please persuade Lord He Lulan. If this goes on, our tribe will be exterminated. We did not die in the Imperial Court contest, but perished in Imperial Court-blessed land. If news of this spreads, where will He tribe's reputation go? How ironic would this be? The tribe leaders spoke one after another. His attitude was firm, and he refused to get up. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a long sigh. He had long been dissatisfied with He Lulan's methods. They could obviously take it slow, so why did they act so hastily? He really couldn't bear to cause such heavy casualties. In Tai Bai Yunxing's opinion, losing the OP token in the second stage must have triggered He Lulan. There was another reason. Even He tribe's supreme elders were urging him. Under the pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to try her best. Servants, serve tea to the patriarchs. Tai Bai Yunxing summoned his servants. Then, he turned around and comforted the other patriarchs. I will go over and persuade Patriarch He Lulan. I will do my best. You're such a kind person. It's our clan's fortune to have the old mister's help. Sir, this is our joint letter. We will wait for Lord's good news. All the patriarchs were deeply grateful. Tai Bai Yunxing took the book and kept it in his bosom. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the main hall. He went to see He Lulan. He Lulan was not handling matters in the main hall, but was relaxing in the garden at the back. Tai Bai Yunxing rushed over and saw He Lulan. The latter was playing chess in the pavilion at the center of the lake. He Lulan heard his intentions and rejected him sternly at first, but after Tai Bai Yunsheng persuaded her with kind words, He Lulan gradually relaxed. How about this? I can let these tribes rest for now, but they have to lend out all their goo worms. My army is attacking. We cannot let their battle strength fall because of their absence. Lend 1 goo worm, exempt 1 quota. Lend rank 2 goo worms, exempt rank 2 goo masters. Lend rank 3 goo worms, exempt rank 3 goo masters, so on and so forth. Tribe leader is wise and benevolent. I will first thank tribe leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunsheng knew when to stop, and after returning he informed the patriarchs of this news. The patriarchs looked at each other and finally accepted this condition. Goo worms were the foundation of a goo master. Loaned goo worms were easily damaged, but it was better than losing their lives. The loss of members of these tribes was too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the residences of all the tribes and collect their goo worms. He also sent Tai Bai Yunsheng to hold the line and deal with the relevant matters. After 3 days, the matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunsheng came back to report that He Lulan had invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan repeatedly toasted, "Sir, please drink to your heart's content. Fortunately, Sir has joined our tribe. We were able to reduce the casualties of our army. Sir, you have saved countless lives. Your merit is immeasurable. I don't dare. It's just that man proposes and heaven disposes. Longevity heaven is above. I will do my best." Tai Bai Yunsheng showed an ashamed expression as he toasted back. He Lulan's praise made him think of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In fact, after returning from the Bloodpath Hall, every word of praise he heard was like a form of mockery, lashing at his soul. But today, he dealt with this matter and eased the conflict between the small and medium tribes and He tribe. In a sense, he saved many goo masters' lives. This made him feel slightly better. In the name of longevity heaven, I will do my best. He Lulan drained the wine in 1 gulp, putting down the wine cup as he muttered, sighing, "Old Sir's words are very good, very well said. Longevity heaven is watching us. The future is mysterious and unpredictable as mortals. We can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai, you will do your best, so I, He Lulan, will also do my best." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and felt He Lulan's words had a hidden meaning, so he asked, "Lord Tribe Leader, why do you say this?" He Lulan laughed and was about to speak when He Shu came in from outside to report. He was covered in blood and had a respectful expression as he approached He Lulan, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, "Black Banner Troop did not disappoint you. We have dealt with it properly." Tai Bai Yunsheng saw killing intent lingering around his body and had a bad feeling. He quickly asked, "What dealt with it properly? He Shu, what did you guys deal with?" He Shu did not answer, only raising his eyebrows and glancing at Tai Bai Yunsheng. His gaze revealed disdain towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's compassionate way of doing things. "Haha, Elder Tai Bai. Like you said before, do your best. You are doing your best. I am also doing my best. I am doing my best to break through the checkpoint and complete the Grand Elder's mission as soon as possible. Tell me, these people deserted in the face of danger. What crime should they be punished for? They relied on me to come here and develop. Taking advantage when there are benefits, hiding when there are disadvantages, is there such a cheap thing in this world? If everyone learned from them, would my great army still exist? Would there still be people following me to break through the checkpoint?" He Lulan said this. Her tone was strict and her eyes revealed a vicious glint. With these words, it was obvious what punishment would be. "He Lulan." Tai Bai Yunsheng jumped and stood up. He glared at He Lulan, his face revealing shock and anger. There was even hatred. "How dare you!" He Shu was displeased and was about to attack, but was stopped by He Lulan's hand. "Elder Tai Bai, don't forget your current status." He Lulan restrained her fierce gaze and calmly poured a cup of wine. Tai Bai Yunsheng's fists were tightly clenched, his whole body was shivering from anger. He stared fixedly at He Lulan. He wanted to curse but was unable to do so. He Lulan chuckled, personally pouring wine for Tai Bai Yunxing. "Old sir, sit down, this is such a beautiful scene. This is such a beautiful scene, we cannot waste good wine and good food." "Screw your good wine and good food." Tai Bai Yunxing waved his sleeves furiously. With a bang, the wine cup fell to the ground. Hei Lulan was not offended. She pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed. "Elder Tai Bai, this is your celebratory feast. Without you, how could they trust us and lend out their goo worms? Without goo worms, my Black Banner army was able to easily suppress them in a few moves. We have to thank you for all of this." Tai Bai Yunxing heard these words and felt like thunder had struck his heart. He took 3 steps back and his face turned extremely pale. "Hei Lulan, you are truly a despicable scoundrel." "Despicable? How can you say such naive words? Elder Tai Bai, you were once a young tribe leader, you have lived for so many years, how can you not see the ways of the world? The so-called politics has always been dirty." Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to retort, but could not find any words to retort. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeves, walking out of the hall without looking back. "Lord Tribe Leader, should we send people to monitor Tai Bai Yunxing?" Hei Shu asked. Hei Lulan raised his cup and drank wine. His expression was indifferent without a trace of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing's back and sneered. "Tai Bai Yunxing is merely a healing goo master, what is there to be afraid of? His reputation? Hee, with just this one matter, who would dare to trust him? Good deeds do not leave the door, but evil deeds travel 1,000 miles. Hei Shu heard this and his heart shook. Those who hold high positions are truly unfathomable in their schemes. He could see that Hei Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, to suppress the small and mid-sized tribes and make an example out of them. Second, to teach Tai Bai Yunxing a lesson and make him understand his status. Third, to weaken Tai Bai Yunxing's reputation and stabilize his ruling position. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. The massacre had already ended, but in order to intimidate others, Hei Lulan did not order his subordinates to clean up the scene. Tai Bai Yunxing looked around, his face was pale and his heart was shaking. The sacred palace was dyed in blood. Corpses were everywhere. Not only were there strong men, there were also old and weak women and children. Some of them had died with their eyes wide open, some had their hands and feet cut off, some were cut in half at the waist. It was a horrible sight. Some had messy clothes, their expressions twisted in pain. It was obvious that they had suffered inhuman humiliation before they died. All of this, it's all my fault. If I didn't believe in Hei Lulan, if I didn't mediate, I was too stupid, I was too naive. I actually didn't see through Hei Lulan's sinister intentions. These people, they all died because they trusted me. Tai Bai Yunxing's whole body trembled, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the corpses all over the ground formed a tragic scene, causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was stooped, and his white beard swayed slightly in the breeze. His deep wrinkles, lifeless eyes, and tightly clenched fists were silently expressing the sorrow, anger, regret, and self-blame in the depths of his heart. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, his hands supporting the ground. The pool of blood on the ground had stained his hands, knees, and trouser legs bright red. I'm sorry. Tai Bai Yunxing cried bitterly. For a moment, tears flowed down his old face. This is a good person, even though there is darkness in his heart. But there is a great fear between life and death. In the face of death, how can a normal person not lose his composure? In the distance, in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been watching quietly. He had seen everything happen. It turned out that the black coffin's fate represented a serious fatal disaster. The annihilation of these tribes was the best proof of this. And the aura of death on his body was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than these tribe leaders. This is interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He wanted to see the so-called bad luck. Could it stop his footsteps? In this life, no one, no reason, no difficulty can affect my determination to move forward. His deep and cold gaze looked towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Who said good people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold gaze added a tinge of sarcasm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Let me give you a push. He secretly activated a goo worm, forming a faintly discernible illusory sound, faintly entering Tai Bai Yunxing's ears. Tai Bai Yunxing's mental state was on the verge of collapse. His mind was in extreme turmoil. At this moment he suddenly heard a voice. The same tone as Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe you. You will definitely save me, won't you? Old Lord, you are our benefactor, we are grateful to you, we are willing to risk our lives to help you. Ah! Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he saw the pool of blood on the ground. The pool of blood swayed. It was the scene of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying in the blood beast group in his nightmare. Tai Bai Yunxing's body shook, he was as still as a statue, but at the next moment he suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might. A shrill and hoarse voice echoed in this bloody slaughterhouse. Hee hee ha. After the roar ended, it was Tai Bai Yunxing's loud laughter. His laughter was crazed and unbridled. It was the sorrowful cry of anger, but it was also a cold mockery towards the world, towards himself. Crazy? Crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone crazy. The surrounding He tribe Gu masters shouted in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He was a transmigrator and also a rebirther. His rich experiences allowed him to grasp people's hearts at an extremely high level. Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, but his subconscious action in the Blood Path Hall was betrayal. This behavior caused him to doubt and deny his own value. If a person denies himself and doubts himself, he would no doubt fall into an abyss of pain. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunxing was in pain. He was filled with guilt and was tormented by similar nightmares almost every night. He could not accept his despicable actions. He had been following the path of justice and benevolence all his life. He wanted to return to the past, but the clear truth lay in the depths of his heart. It was an obstacle that he could not overcome. He was sinking into the abyss of pain. His powerless struggle only made him sink deeper and deeper. The tribe leader's request gave him a chance to save himself, to atone for his sins. If it could really be done, it would no doubt be a relief to him. It would be a good medicine that came at the right time. But the truth was, He Lulan ordered the extermination of his 9 clans. Not a single person was left alive. Tai Bai Yunxing had instead become an accomplice of the evildoer. The medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense poison made him unable to control himself. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, Fang Yuan gave a light push, finally causing Tai Bai Yunxing to explode, a hysterical explosion. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him. From a certain point of view, Fang Yuan, who had searched Tai Bai Yunxing's soul, could be said to be his confidant. But the cruel thing was, this confidant was not a friend, but an enemy who schemed against him. Hidden in the darkness, Fang Yuan quietly listened to Tai Bai Yunxing's loud laughter with an appreciative expression and a faint smile. This respectable yet pitiful old man roared at the top of his lungs, laughed loudly, and his face was covered in tears. He was interrogating himself, criticizing the cruelty of the world, and powerless to resist the teasing of fate. What else can you do after denying yourself? Fang Yuan muttered softly, his eyes dark and deep. Go to the Blood Dao Hall and challenge the trial again? No, when you get there, your mind will be filled with the shadows of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Go and seek help? Who can help you? He Lulan? You must have had a falling out with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you get lifespan goo, can you use it with peace of mind? The current you, what other path do you have? What other choice do you have? You deny yourself, you give up on yourself, you are filled with grief, you are being interrogated by your conscience. What other choice do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer became clearer. So, go and make your choice, don't disappoint me. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he stared at the deranged Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed loudly, his laughter was bitter, as if he was howling in grief. He tore his clothes, tears and mucus flowed down his face. He no longer had the demeanor of a rank 5 peak stage expert. He was a greedy person, he was a good person who was forced into a corner by the cruel and cold world. In fact, he was even more of a pitiful person. Unknowingly, a light breeze started to blow. The sound of the wind became louder, clouds started to form in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunxing as the center, the atmosphere changed silently but rapidly. A mysterious change started, heaven and earth started to shake. You did not disappoint me after all. Fang Yuan shuddered in excitement. He retreated silently. He retreated far away, retreating all the way. Because Egu Master's immortal ascension was not a joke. Soon, the wind and clouds started to change, heaven and earth started to change. The dark and thick black clouds seemed like they were going to collapse at any moment, crushing the sacred palace. Everyone in the sacred palace shouted in shock. What is going on? What the hell happened? Most people did not know the reason, they fell into panic. It can't be. A small number of knowledgeable people stared at this turbulent scene with dumbfounded expressions. Investigate, investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan flew into a rage. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunxing. He Shu was sweating profusely. He stumbled as he ran over to report. He Lulan's expression froze. He was like a statue for a moment. After a few breaths of time, he reacted. His expression was distorted as he shouted, "Retreat! Tell everyone to retreat from the sacred palace. Of course, those who want to die can stay behind." Gao, Chao, it's near. Many god of prediction had guessed some plot. Of course, there were some that were absolutely impossible to guess. Chapter 6:12. The sky was dark and gloomy, winds howled. A formless power of the heavens and earth lifted Tai Bai Yunxing up into the sky. He laughed wildly, his white beard dancing in the wind. There was no trace of his usual gentle and benevolent expression. His face was twisted and crazed. The sacred palace was in a state of panic. The Gu masters covered their heads and scurried away, forming huge groups of people as they escaped for their lives. After escaping for 10,000 li, the people stopped in their tracks in trepidation. The Gu master experts occupied the mountain tops or directly floated in the sky, using investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different expressions. The other Gu masters also raised their heads to look at Tai Bai Yunxing in the sky. Their expressions were filled with worship, reverence, love, worry, jealousy, and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yunxing advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread like wildfire. Immortal Ascension. This was an unreachable phrase in the past, but at this moment, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yunxing has not even used his Gu worms, but the weather has already changed. Looking at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky, many Gu masters shouted in amazement. Soon, a wave of exclamations was about to set off. Chow! Not only was the weather changing, even the ground under everyone's feet was starting to tremble. At first, there was only a thin layer of dust, but soon, there was a vast amount of dust rising from the ground. This is the movement of Earth Qi. According to the tribe's records, when a Gu master advances to Gu Immortal, they first need to shatter their aperture. After shattering the aperture, they can draw in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Yi Lui Sang, He Lulan and the others came from super tribes. They knew much more than ordinary people. Right now, they were all watching. Shock filled their hearts. The first step to Gu Immortal was to shatter the aperture. Using primeval essence to charge at the aperture, completely destroying it and shattering it. This way, the sealed aperture that was sealed by the crystal wall would become a loophole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step requires a huge amount of courage. Because after the aperture shatters, there is no way to recover it. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong sighed. Immortal ascension is extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 can survive. Tai Bai Yunxing is too courageous, he actually dared to take this step. We are truly impressed, Nye Yaching, the patriarch of the Nye family, sighed. He Lulan's expression was complicated. He knew the inside story. The reason Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to become an immortal was probably because of his power. It was because of me that Tai Bai Yunsheng was agitated and took the risk to ascend to immortality when he had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that even though I'm familiar with the ancient books, however, he also needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension is of great help to me. It was just that, it was fine if he failed. If he really becomes a Gu immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan frowned and felt a headache coming on. Feng Yuan sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, surrounded by the Azure Wolves. Immortal ascension. His gaze was deep and serene. There was excitement, but there was also nostalgia. Using luck inspection Gu, he found that Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck was like a raging fire, it was like a burning cloud. Now, his aura was even more vigorous. It was as if it was burning intensely. His luck is blazing. He succeeded in his immortal ascension in my previous life. In this life, it should not be a problem. Feng Yuan nodded inwardly. Different from He Lulan's hesitation, he already had a plan against the immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. As he continued to look, luck inspection Gu could not bear the burden and was actually injured. His eyes also felt a burning pain. Feng Yuan immediately stopped using it. He was not surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already shattered his aperture, drawing in the heaven and earth qi of the surrounding 10,000 li. Using Gu worms in this range would definitely cause a chain reaction, causing the heaven and earth qi to shake intensely and form a backlash. If one insisted on using it and forcefully used it, even an immortal Gu would be injured or even destroyed. Not to mention mortal Gu. Feng Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to trap Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was also the reason. If he acted rashly at this time, he might even be implicated. In an instant, black clouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Correspondingly, the yellowish-brown dust on the ground rumbled endlessly, forming a hole. This Tai Bai Yunsheng's accumulation is deep, his human qi is vast, he actually attracted so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is even more majestic than our tribe's supreme elder. Yi Luisang saw this and was shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance. He had roamed northern plains his entire life. He had rich experiences. Now that he had almost completed his entire life, his accumulation was incomparably deep. Two huge whirlpools covered an area of 100 li. Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his head and looked at the fierce whirlpool. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Compared to it, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was tiny, like a flying insect in a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was still laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted, his body trembling. There was fear, excitement, and relief. Even if he failed, it was a release for him. As if hearing his call, the whirlpool that had been brewing for a while started to rotate slowly. In the sky, the two whirlpools rumbled and rotated like millstones. In the sky, the black cloud whirlpool flashed with lightning, thunder rumbled. On the ground, purple smoke rose from the dust whirlpool, accompanied by loud roars. Like a mill, the black cloud millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. From the dust millstone, a golden aura emerged. It was heaven and earth qi. Heaven and earth qi floated. The earth qi was deep and vigorous. And Tai Bai Yunsheng's body emitted a white human qi. This human qi was extremely dense, like a cocoon, tightly wrapping Tai Bai Yunsheng into a huge ball. Heaven and earth qi descended, earth qi surged up, converging in the air and intertwining with the human qi. Heaven, earth, and human qi, these three qi converged and started to fuse. First step is shattering the aperture. Second step is taking in qi. He Lulan muttered. There is no turning back after shattering the aperture. There is no turning back. You can only succeed and not fail. Taking in qi is a test of the Gu master's temperament and control ability. This step is extremely crucial, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Slightly unbalanced. If the human qi is slightly heavy, it will self-detonate. If the weather is slightly heavy, it will melt into nothingness. If the earth qi is slightly thick, it will turn into stone and suffocate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yi Luisang sighed as he shook his head. Even as a spectator, he felt his heart palpitate. Once the Gu immortal breakthrough begins, there is no turning back, there is no turning back. The danger was extremely high. Thus, many rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if they knew the method to become an immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Amateurs watch the show, while experts observe the technique. Most people open their eyes wide, excitedly watching the show. Only a few Gu master experts who knew the inside story were sweating profusely, their hearts pounding. Fang Yuan was the one who had the deepest experience. In his previous life, he succeeded in becoming a blood path Gu immortal. He had a deep impression of the process of immortal ascension. This second step is extremely difficult. Not only does it test the Gu master's control and balance, it also tests the Gu master's temperament. It is more of a test of the Gu master's nature. He sighed inwardly. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi attack the body, the 3 Qi converge. It is the process of a mortal fusing with heaven and earth. Since birth, a normal person would never have such an intimate contact with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the foundation of all living beings. The heaven and earth Qi resonates with each other. The mysteries of the great Tao will fill the Gu master's mind. Gu masters comprehend the great Tao. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. It is very easy to get lost in it, unable to extricate themselves. This can easily cause mistakes, causing the balance of the 3 Qi to fail. The most crucial point is, the more heaven and earth Qi one absorbs, the higher the Gu immortal's future accomplishments. At this crucial period, Gu masters are often too greedy and absorb too much heaven and earth Qi, causing the 3 Qi to lose their balance, leading to failure and death. Tai Bai Yunxing did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, adjusting the 3 Qi just right, progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yunxing probably has an expert guiding him. Tai Bai Yunxing actually did it. Even the second step did not stump him. This person is really not simple. We still have to see. Doing it now does not mean he can persevere to the end. He Lulan and Yi Lui Sang were bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. The haze shook, 88-point Xianxia Tower shook intensely. As the foundation of the sacred palace, smoke and dust rose, and for a moment, an unknown number of magnificent courtyards collapsed. What's going on? 88-point Xianxia Tower. Everyone exclaimed and shifted their gazes. It's about time. Fang Yuan sneered, but he was well aware of the situation. In True Yang Building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yunxing's Gu immortal ascension needed to absorb heaven and earth Qi. But this world was not the outside world's northern plains, it was the small world of imperial court-blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing's consumption of this small world's heaven and earth Qi was equivalent to weakening imperial court-blessed land, extracting the land spirit's source of strength from its roots. How could the land spirit not be furious? It had been imprisoned for countless years, and now, it finally had the hope of escaping. Although it was formed from obsession and did not know how to lie, it had intelligence and understood tactful and hidden strategies. The land spirit was afraid of Giant Sun's will. It had originally planned to hold back and wait for the gruel mud's corrosion to reach a certain degree before erupting. But now that Tai Bai Yunxing was breaking through to Gu immortal realm, not only did he extract the land spirit's strength, he would also awaken Giant Sun's will. This way, the land spirit's plan would be foiled. It was very likely that it would be suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. Without a choice, it could only make a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the time when Giant Sun's will was still in slumber, it decided to rebel and catch him unprepared. Thus, everyone saw True Yang Building shake, and many of the sacred palace's buildings collapsed because of it. In True Yang Building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock sang loudly. Its attack had an outstanding effect. The green mud covering its body fell down to its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body were shaken off. A soft murmur of someone waking up from a dream resounded in the deepest part of True Yang Building. Who has the guts to wake me up from my dream? In the boundless darkness, a will that was as large as a sun slowly awakened. It was only a faint light at first, but soon it became brighter and brighter, until it reached the 9 underworlds and swept through every corner of True Yang building. Chapter 613. A will that was as hot as the sun attacked Fang Yuan's mind through the glass owner token. The will was like a golden flood, rampaging around and directly barging into Fang Yuan's mind. Wills were formed from a large number of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to charge into his mind, it could cause Fang Yuan to lose his memories. Oh no! Quickly throw away that damn token. In his mind, Mo Yao's will appeared and screamed. She was a Gu Immortal's will and had reached rank 7 before her death. Her will foundation was even deeper than Fang Yuan's. She and Fang Yuan were bound together for good or bad. They were like two grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The mind was the most crucial place. Fang Yuan was even more unwilling to fight in his mind. No need to panic. He sneered. He was already prepared and was not flustered, activating Special Will Gu. Special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly appeared in his mind, blocking in front of Giant Sun's will. The golden flood of will stopped, completely obstructed by the Special Will Gu. Next, Special Will Gu burst out with a strong suction force, continuously devouring Giant Sun's will. A small one swallowed a big one, like a snake swallowing a whale, but Giant Sun's will could not resist. This is... Mo Yao's will was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will is special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time, originating from the remote antiquity era until now. Wills belonged to Wisdom Path. They naturally had rich contents. Not only were there different types of wills, they also had a wide variety of effects. Just with Fang Yuan's preliminary research, he had bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Notice Gu, New Will Gu. They were used to create Special Will, Play Will, Notice Gu, and New Will Gu. These 4 wills had their own advantages and disadvantages. They needed the Gu Master to choose according to their own situation. They could choose the will that suited them. Among them, Special Will Gu Masters could set a preset action and trigger it under specific circumstances. This effect, to put it simply, was like a mouse trap. When the mouse triggers the mouse trap would activate and trap the mouse. The Giant Sun Immortal sought benefits for his descendants. Considering the dangerous situation in the future, he chose the most suitable Special Will Gu and condensed Giant Sun's will. It was placed in the 88-point Xianxia Tower. As long as the danger reached a certain level and certain conditions were met, the intentional would trigger the Giant Sun Immortal's preset actions. As for this preset action, what exactly was it? Outsiders did not know. Even the reborn Fang Yuan. He wasn't sure about that either. However, he knew from his previous life that Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made things much easier. Even though Giant Sun's will was an immortal venerable's will, it still had to obey the great Tao laws of heaven and earth. Wills were created by Gu worms, and were similarly restrained by the corresponding Gu worms. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly countered by Special Will Gu. In Fang Yuan's mind, before he could show off his power, Fang Yuan used Special Will Gu. It devoured everything. After swallowing this wisp of Giant Sun's will, Special Will Gu's belly immediately swelled up, like a fatty that had eaten too much. Ah, goodwill. Fang Yuan praised, but was inwardly shocked. So dangerous. Although it is countered, it is after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it is only a wisp, it is not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of the 88-point Xianxia Tower. Giant Sun's will use this owner token to attack Fang Yuan. But the owner token was like a passage, and this passage was too small, only a wisp of Giant Sun's will could pass through. If the passage was bigger, the situation would be different. The wisp of will that Special Will Gu ate was insignificant compared to Giant Sun's will in True Yang Tower. After being plotted against by Fang Yuan, Giant Sun's will was furious. Cheater, you dare to blaspheme my, Giant Sun's, glory. I will crush you into pieces. Rumble. True Yang Tower shook, letting out all sorts of light rays that soared into the sky. Its might was unparalleled, shaking heaven and earth. Although Giant Sun Immortal was already dead, with just Giant Sun's will, he could not activate 88-point Xianxia Tower. But in 88-point Xianxia Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air. Refined goo worms would lose this ability and could only absorb the goo master's primeval essence. 88-point Xianxia Tower was an immortal goo house. It obeyed Giant Sun's will, absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Activating it on its own was a piece of cake. Run! Seeing that 88-point Xianxia Tower was about to activate, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan was the despicable scoundrel who refined True Yang Tower. The moment Giant Sun's will awakened, he treated him as a mortal enemy. Fang Yuan was not of Giant Sun's bloodline. This hatred was too great. Fang Yuan was directly targeted. He was in a desperate situation. An unprecedented killing intent was about to descend upon him. No hurry. In the face of danger, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He tightly held the glass owner token in his hand. This token was not simple. It had consumed an immortal goo and was made from the foundation of the owner token. It had used up thousands of years of preparation and painstaking effort of Central Continent's goo immortals and several super forces, and it was a crucial key. Still causing trouble even after death. Humph, what era is this? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Without any fear, he willed and activated the ambush through the glass owner token. True Yang Tower shook intensely, the smoke and light covering the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. The illusory building that was condensing dissipated like candlelight in the face of strong winds. Everything stopped abruptly. Inside True Yang Tower, Giant Suns will let out a deafening roar, being attacked by countless special Wulgu. These special Wulgu were prepared by Central Continent's goo immortals for thousands of years. They had been accumulating endlessly and were specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was completely targeted. At once, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. His first thought was to activate his goo worms to kill these special Wulgu. 88-point Xianxia Tower was an immortal goo house. It was a solid-state killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. It naturally had methods to exterminate internal enemies. But Central Continent's goo immortals had deep research. They had already calculated this. Along with the activation of the special Wulgu, there were other shocking methods that sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. True Yang Tower could not be activated by the immortal essence. It immediately shut down. Even though Giant Sun's will was furious, he had no way to deal with it immediately. He fell into a predicament. True Yang Tower fell into deathly silence. Fang Yuan was at ease. In his previous life, Central Continent's goo immortals had used this method to destroy Giant Sun's will and destroy 88-point Xianxia Tower. Unfortunately, I am still a mortal and not a goo immortal. I cannot obtain any benefits from this place. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was Giant Sun's will's weakest moment, but he could no longer interfere. In fact, even if he became a goo immortal, he would not be able to gain any advantage by relying on his own goo immortal battle strength. Central Continent's goo immortals attacked this place. A total of 11 people, each of them an elite expert, but only 3 returned victorious. However, their sacrifices were worth it. The battle results were plentiful. True Yang Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Its sudden destruction caused Northern Plains to suffer heavy losses. Their morale fell to rock bottom and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. If not for Ma Hongyun, who was already a goo immortal, acting as a pillar and repeatedly playing a crucial role at the most crucial moments, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. To the current Fang Yuan, at least for a period of time, he was safe. What happened to True Yang Tower just now? Don't tell me the impact of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension was too great. Even 88-point Xianxia Tower was affected by it? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits goo immortals from entering. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension here is an extremely rare event. Will this destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements back then? True Yang Tower's strange movements made those who did not know the truth bewildered. They started to make guesses. True Yang Tower fell into a deathly silence. There were no other movements for the time being. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted to Tai Bai Yunxing again. Tai Bai Yunxing floated between heaven and earth, continuously absorbing heaven qi and earth qi, combining them with his own human qi. The three qi were balanced, pouring into what was once the aperture. An extremely mystical transformation was happening on his body. Be it his body, soul, or mind, they were all being tempered by the heaven and earth qi. The essence of his entire life was being refined. There were 3 steps to immortal ascension. First was shattering the aperture, second was taking in qi. Tai Bai Yunxing had benefited from a complete Gu immortal inheritance. He was very clear about the crux of this. He was able to perform stably with no major obstructions. However, how could the process of immortal ascension only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven qi and vast earth qi, human qi only came from Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, heaven and earth qi were vast and boundless, while human qi was small. The 3 qi were balanced, the excess heaven qi and earth qi could not be absorbed in time, and were pushed to the side. As time passed, these heaven qi and earth qi would accumulate in the sky and on the ground, continuously accumulating and condensing. A qualitative change would occur from quantity to quantity. Tai Bai Yunxing's accumulation is too deep. He has absorbed so much heaven qi and earth qi. Now, these heaven qi and earth qi are about to condense into a calamity and tribulation. Yi Luisang's eyes shone brightly. The deeper the Gu master's accumulation, the higher the difficulty of immortal ascension. But if they succeeded, their future achievements would also be higher. The risks and benefits involved were directly proportional. He Lulan was even more speechless. She was closely watching, trying her best to observe and reference. How were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed? The scene in front of them, the process of their formation, was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The golden earth qi became denser, the turbid qi condensed into a single horned tiger. And the green heaven qi condensed into countless huge jade willow leaves. Each willow leaf was the size of a boat. The single horned tiger was the size of a small mountain, sitting on the ground, raising its head and waiting to leap. The jade willow leaves swayed, spreading in the sky, ready to move. This is the earthly calamity tiger, heavenly tribulation willow wind. Feng Yuan's gaze shone. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped his maniacal laughter. His expression turned serious. Everyone was so far away, but they could feel the boundless might of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, not to mention the target of the earthly calamity and earthly calamity, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was at the heart of the storm. At once, everyone was silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Chapter 614. Inside True Yang Building. The land spirit used all its strength, attacking the power that was sealing it. Bam bam bam. With 3 consecutive light explosions, 3 of the black chains that bound its body were directly broken. The green mud on its body had also completely fallen off its neck. Even the top of its 2 wings were no longer covered in green mud, revealing fresh and resplendent feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was furious. Giant Sun, you are dead, but you imprison me for over 100,000 years. Today, I will break out of this broken cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out an ear-piercing shriek, similarly furious. After being imprisoned for so many years, unable to move, unable to have freedom, the anger and frustration it felt had turned into its motivation to break the seal. Giant Sun's will growled, his sunlight will burst out, countless golden currents shot out in all directions. Over 10,000 special will Gu had already surrounded it. Like a dam, it blocked the golden currents of will. Giant Sun's special will was completely countered by the special will Gu. The entire dam did not move, but this situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will Gu that had devoured Giant Sun's special will reached its limit, exploding one by one. After a few breaths of time, the dam, formed by the special will Gu shook, broke down and collapsed. Although Giant Sun's special will was countered, it was too much, originating from Giant Sun Immortal. Even after over 100,000 years, it had lost a lot of energy, but it was not something that 10,000 special Wugu could suppress. Restraint was also relative. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was strong enough, it could directly turn the water into steam. Giant Sun's Will was like a small sun, grand and powerful. Directly charging over, although the expenditure was not small, it caused over 10,000 special Wugu to explode. Without the special Wugu's entrapment, Giant Sun's Will was like a prisoner that broke free, immediately controlling True Yang building with all his strength. But at the next moment, over 50,000 special Wugu swarmed in, regrouping and forming a new encirclement. Because of their deep research. Thus, the Central Continent Gu immortals had never underestimated Giant Sun's Will, they had made ample preparations for this. Special Wugu were not immortal Gu, they could accumulate numbers. Giant Sun's Will had just regained freedom. But it was sealed again, and immediately roared in anger. It attacked again, pouring down like a vast river, breaking the special Wugu's encirclement. But soon, the third wave of special Wugu arrived. This time, there were even more of them, more than 100,000. Central Continent's Gu immortals spent thousands of years on this. Several super forces worked together to purchase and refine Gu, expending an astronomical amount of Gu refinement materials. After paying a shocking price, Fang Yuan was now able to utilize them to great effect. Seeing that he was once again surrounded, Giant Sun's Will did not roar. He was the will of an immortal venerable, so he knew how to think. When he realized that he had fallen into a trap, after the other party was fully prepared, he regained his composure. He began to think and soon found a flaw in the encirclement. Although the special Wugu had surrounded Giant Sun's Will from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, without a single blind spot, Giant Sun's Will could not escape. However, this did not mean that the encirclement was flawless. These special Wugu were refined by Gu immortals. The refined Gu worms could not directly absorb primeval energy, and there was no primeval energy here for them to absorb. Then, where did the primeval essence to activate these special Wugu come from? With so many special intention Gu and possibly even more, the demand for primeval essence was huge. Giant Sun's Will thought for a while and realized, these special Wugu did not absorb primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest rank 6 green grape immortal essence could turn into almost limitless primeval essence. This immortal essence was the energy source of these special Wugu. And these immortal essence were hidden very well. Evidently, there were other supplementary Gu worms working together with the special Wugu, forming a huge and concealed Gu formation. As long as I sever the connection between them and the immortal essence, these special Wugu are not a threat. Giant Sun's Will quickly thought of this. And to sever the connection between the special Wugu and the immortal opportunity, the prerequisite was to understand this Gu formation. Just like how the Central Continent Gu immortals sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun immortal in order to restrain 88-point Xianxia Tower. Giant Sun's Will had the same idea. Immediately, Giant Sun's Will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues, he deduced deeply, and the blurry Gu formation diagram gradually became clear. The land spirit naturally would not wait for its death. Sensing that Giant Sun's Will was restrained, it exerted all its strength and attacked the seal on its body. Gruel mud was very effective against the seal. The green mud on its body was filled with cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting. 4 more of the pitch-black chains locked onto the wings snapped in quick succession. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched. Its body shook intensely, breaking off most of the green mud on its wings. Shortly after, it opened its wings impatiently. Its whole body was overflowing with cold air. It was pure white like snow. It raised its head and flew, looking noble and magnificent. But before its wings could fully open, they were tightly pulled by the black chains. Its movements paused. The intense pain made it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they were still firm shackles that restricted its freedom. Tear it apart. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned its elegant neck. Its sharp eyebrows like a blade flickered with cold light. Oh no! Giant Sun's will, who was thinking intensely, sensed the situation and had to stop thinking. Once the land spirit left his control, then 88-point Xianxia Tower would be thrown out of Imperial Court-blessed land by the land spirit at any time. Without the protection of Imperial Court-blessed land, True Yang Tower would attract countless Gu immortals to fight over it. At that time, the ants would devour the elephant. No matter how much yellow apricot immortal essence he had, it would not be able to sustain the expenditure of countless Gu immortals. But Giant Sun's will wanted to stop the land spirit, but he did not have the strength to do so. Earlier, while he was thinking, he had tried to attack it several times. Although there was some effect and he recovered some of his methods, it was still limited and could not be suppressed directly. At this time, outside True Yang Tower, roar. Zenith Tiger opened its mouth and roared, jumping fiercely. At once, the earth shook. The mountain-like Zenith Tiger actually leapt into the air. A huge malevolent tiger claw. It fiercely slapped towards the insect-like Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing gave a light shout and quickly retreated. The tiger claw did not hit him, but the enormous wind force created when it slapped still made Tai Bai Yunxing feel uncomfortable. At the same time, willow winds drifted down from the sky. These willow winds were as big as small boats. When they landed, they were graceful like falling leaves. But their movements seemed slow but were actually fast. Their killing power was astonishing. Tai Bai Yunxing's body was bathed in blood. He paid close attention to the willow wind's movements. Earlier, he was careless and got hit by 3 willow winds. His defensive Gu had already been destroyed. Right now, seeing the willow winds descending, he quickly dodged left and right. On the ground, the Zenith Tiger pounced. The willow winds drifted down from the sky. Tai Bai Yunxing only persisted for a while before he felt it hard to continue. He was in a sorry state and faced the danger of losing his life. Sigh, Tai Bai Yunxing is doomed. His accumulation is too deep, but his preparations for immortal ascension are not sufficient. Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, do your best. Even Fang Yuan, being in the situation, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel nervous. Is Tai Bai Yunxing going to fail his immortal ascension in this life? He suddenly had a thought. Disregarding the backlash, he forcefully activated Luck Inspection Gu. He saw that Tai Bai Yunxing's luck was burning like a cloud of fire, like boiling water. It was unbelievably vigorous. But in the next moment, a small half of the karmic luck that looked like a burning cloud actually vanished. What's going on? This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a change in luck. Right at this time, a pillar of light shot out from True Yang Building. The light pillar was straight, as thick as an ancient tree, piercing the sky. The willow winds disintegrated after being hit by this light pillar, returning to the clear and bright sky, pure and gentle. The light pillar continued to shoot. The willow winds in the sky disintegrated by more than half. The light pillar shot at the Zenith Tiger again. It howled in pain and tried to dodge, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow. It could not dodge at all. The earthly calamity Zenith Tiger became smaller and smaller, until it turned into nothingness. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. 88-point Xianxia Tower made a move. Ancestor above, he protected Lord Tai Bai Yunxing. Many people cheered. But a portion snorted disdainfully, bullshit, Tai Bai Yunxing is not of Giant Sun's bloodline. Why would Ancestor protect him? Is this the legendary Divert Disaster Gu? Yi Luisang was shocked. He Lulan was even more moved. Luck Path Divert Disaster Gu. It can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, causing their power to fall, or even directly vanish into nothingness. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It was also one of the limited methods that Giant Sun's will could use currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop there. After several attacks, he was able to forcefully extract a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence. After activating Divert Disaster Gu, he activated the Human Chi Immortal Gu in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Fang Yuan saw that Tai Bai Yunxing's fire cloud luck had reduced by a small portion. Human Qi immortal goo was activated and similarly emitted a white light. This time, it directly shone on Tai Bai Yunxing's body. Human Qi immortal goo could increase a goo master's human Qi and raise the goo immortal's future potential. With this help, Tai Bai Yunxing's human Qi instantly rose by 10 times. With the increase in human Qi, he naturally needed more heaven Qi and earth Qi. But heaven Qi and earth Qi were extracted from imperial court-blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed loudly. True Yang Building's actions were out of his expectations. He quickly absorbed and fused a large amount of the 3 Qi into his body. Not only did he turn the situation around, his potential also rose greatly and his future prospects were bright. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched in anger. The extraction of heaven and earth Qi in large amounts caused its strength to weaken. An intense feeling of weakness assaulted its whole body. Little Sparrow, you are still too inexperienced. Giant Sun's Will snorted coldly. He used all the immortal essence he could extract at the most crucial point and obtain the greatest effect, greatly alleviating the dangerous situation. After all, it originated from an immortal venerable's will and had outstanding wisdom. Now that the situation had changed, it was advantageous to Giant Sun's Will. The land spirit's weakness gave Giant Sun's Will sufficient time to decipher the special will goo formation that trapped him. Once he broke through the encirclement, Giant Sun's Will would regain control and it would be much easier to undo the immortal essence seal. As long as he undid the immortal essence seal, 88-point Xianxia Tower would display the supreme might of a rank 8 immortal goo house. Damn it, I still underestimated the immortal venerable's will. The time I have left is less than half of what I expected. Relying on the glass owner token, Feng Yuan had the information of True Yang Building. Chapter 6:15. At the center of heaven and earth, the 3 Qi converged. With the help of Giant Sun's Will, the dense Qi almost enveloped Tai Bai Yunxing into a Qi cocoon. He was inside, all his injuries were healed, and his body, soul and mind were continuously rising. He recalled his life, scenes after scenes flashed in his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao flowed in his heart, inspiration flashed continuously. The cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were being perfectly answered one by one. At this moment, heaven and earth were like a selfless teacher, imparting everything to Tai Bai Yunxing. But the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast. The more Tai Bai Yunxing knew, the more insignificant he felt. He could only start from his own time path, continuously deepening and expanding it. His understanding of time path had reached the peak of his life. Natural inspiration. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo masters use goo, refine goo and nurture goo. They are actually constantly interacting, exploring and learning from heaven and earth. During immortal ascension, goo masters no longer need to use goo worms to indirectly understand heaven and earth. They can directly interact with heaven and earth. Such a precious opportunity to interact might only appear once in a goo immortal's life. Rank 5 peak stage was the endpoint of a mortal goo master. And rank 6 goo immortals transcended the mortal world. It was a new starting point for becoming a goo immortal. At this crucial starting point, every goo immortal's achievements and the potential they accumulated for the future would be different. Such a wonderful experience. It is a pity my human Qi is not enough. Tai Bai Yunxing had not had enough. He showed a regretful expression. His human Qi had already been used up, and this was with the help of human Qi immortal goo, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The Qi cocoon dissipated. Tai Bai Yunxing's figure reappeared in the air. The 3 Qi fused and compressed into a tricolored mixed essence Qi lump, condensing at Tai Bai Yunxing's original aperture. At this point, the second step of immortal ascension, taking in Qi, was completed. Next was the final step of immortal ascension, releasing goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was extremely solemn. He took out river as before, mountain as before, man as before, 3 goo. These 3 goo were his core goo worms. He was extremely familiar with them. Among them, man as before was his vital goo. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Tai Bai Yunxing first threw the natal goo into the tricolored qi mass inside his body. Boom! An auditory hallucination suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tai Bai Yunxing's body to tremble. Three-colored air mass. Originally, they intertwined with each other and flowed continuously. After man as before barged in, it was as if a bomb had been ignited, causing the primordial qi mass to explode violently. There can be no construction without destruction, rebirth from death. This was the moment to ascend to immortality as a mortal. There was a loud explosion. It was truly too wonderful for words, exploding into a miracle of life, exploding into a brand new world. The mortal aperture shattered, the immortal aperture formed. What a good immortal aperture! The sky inside is blue like crystal, the land is barren like yellow stone. The immortal aperture was like a newborn baby, it needed nutrients urgently. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from it. Hoo! Heaven qi and earth qi poured into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Within the immortal aperture, the area was expanding rapidly. 1 million mu, 2 million mu, 3 million mu. As for the flow of time, it continued to rise from the original 1 to 10, 1 to 20 qi currents surged, the immortal aperture became unstable. Tai Bai Yunxing threw in river as before and mountain as before to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai Bai Yunxing continued to put in goo worms, maintaining the immortal aperture's stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32. 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit, like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven qi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth qi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth qi slowed down. At first, it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth qi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense qi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 Gu Immortal's green grape immortal essence. A total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth qi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other goo worms, causing the fog around these goo worms to become dense, forming a qi cocoon. The two qi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the qi cocoon, some goo worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A goo recipe flashed across Tai Bai Yunxing's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe. It came from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance. It was the theoretical deduction of the goo immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai Bai Yunxing could not guarantee the success of this theoretical goo recipe. But he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left, it was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time. He could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long. He sank into silent pressure and even fear. Because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan goo had failed because of Fang Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the blood path hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before goo. According to the theoretical goo recipe, as long as he refined man as before goo to rank 6, he could use it. Refine for me. Tai Bai Yunxing bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick qi cocoon of man as before goo. The heaven and earth qi were the source qi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two qi were the source of all beings. They could replace any gu refinement material. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts. It was like a key or a precise direction for the heaven and earth qi. The thoughts entered the qi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the gu, the three qi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The qi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth qi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh, 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 air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before, gu as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi entered, turning into the gu refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, muttering softly. His tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for True Yang Building's help, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at True Yang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Yang Building had helped him. This was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant Sun's will awakened? Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly guessed. He had a gu immortal inheritance. His knowledge was not less than He Lulon, Yi Lui Sang and the others. Giant Sun Immortals strictly forbids gu immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in True Yang Building. Inside True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking. The green mud fragments around its body were jumping around. The chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness. Instead, it was filled with anxiety. Giant Sun's will laughed heartily. Little Sparrow, your struggle is useless. Through Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands, Giant Sun's will used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant Sun's will had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special will gu formation that trapped him. An immortal venerables arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was free, he would naturally have many methods, like metal path, water path, fire path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in True Yang Building. At that time, 88-point Xianxia Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant Sun's will said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the words stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions. They could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits. It was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle. Instead, it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination. Giant Sun's will was stunned, but soon realized something and said angrily, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this?" Outside True Yang Building, the tribulation clouds and the calamity soil are gradually dissipating. Could it be that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng has succeeded in his immortal ascension? Those who did not know the truth saw this and felt excited. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng has actually reached the third step. Looking at his appearance, his immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what kind of blessed land he has formed? Yi Lui Sang mumbled. When a gu master ascends to immortal, if they pass the second step, they can form an immortal aperture. Rank 6 and Rank 7 gu immortals' immortal apertures are blessed lands, while Rank 8 and Rank 9 gu immortals' immortal apertures are grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into large, medium, and small grades. The more heaven, earth, and human chi it fuses, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed land has an area of at most 300,000 square kilometers, drawing in a small tributary of the river of time, producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. It is barren in resources. Medium-grade blessed land has an area of 4 to 600,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. High-grade blessed land has an area of 7 to 900,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. He Lulan stared fixedly, the relevant information flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly. Tai Bai Yunxing had obtained True Yang Building's help and passed the second step, reaching the third step. Currently, it seemed that his immortal ascension was very likely. If Tai Bai Yunxing becomes an immortal, what kind of attitude should I have towards him? He Lulan pondered over this difficult problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunxing will definitely obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal goo is risky. It will cause calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered continuously. Ascending as immortal to immortal naturally had its own risks. Goo masters were like this, goo worms were also like this. When humans absorb heaven and earth qi, the three qi would fuse and create heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When goo worms absorb heaven and earth qi, they would also create calamities and tribulations. When calamities and tribulations occur in one's own blessed land, outsiders would not be able to interfere. True Yang Building could affect Tai Bai Yunxing, but it could not affect the blessed land in his immortal aperture. In other words, Tai Bai Yunxing could only rely on his own strength. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. Imperial Court blessed land sky was shining with golden light during the day and gentle silver at night. However, at this moment, pitch-black marks appeared in the golden sky, and specks of starlight shot out from the marks. This was the night sky of northern plains in the outside world. Next, the whole of Imperial Court blessed land started to shake. Everyone gasped in shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust that were about to dissipate became denser again. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi were like moths flying into a flame, pouring into Tai Bai Yunxing's body without hesitation, going straight into his immortal aperture. What's going on? He Lulan was tongue-tied. What in the world happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting. Imperial Court blessed land absorbed too much heaven and earth qi. It damaged its foundation, thus it is exposed to the outside world. It is going to connect northern plains. Fang Yuan's heart shook. His gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunxing to 88-point Xianxia Tower. He guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It did as it said. A brand new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were about to form. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Haven't they passed already? Yi Lui Sang's eyes opened wide at this sight. This is completely different from the records. Tai Bai Yunxing is very strange. How can there be two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was also puzzled. They did not know. The others were even more clueless. Seeing the imposing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities forming again, many people cried out in shock, expressing extreme worry towards Tai Bai Yunxing's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was ashen. Why are there still heavenly tribulations forming? That's not what my inheritance says. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. Because not only in the outside world, at the same time, inside his immortal aperture, another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was brewing. Mortal goo becoming an immortal was like a goo master becoming an immortal. It was a dangerous process of defying heaven and earth. When a goo worm refines into an immortal goo, it would naturally draw in heaven and earth qi, thus forming the corresponding heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With both internal and external problems attacking together, Tai Bai Yunxing was in a dilemma. He was afraid of losing sight of the other. The situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used Gruel Mud Immortal Goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the contest between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension was already out of the control of the people involved. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were muddle-headed and did not know the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's plan. The land spirit could not win against Giant Sun's will in a race for time, so it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunxing. Heaven and earth chi were extracted by the land spirit by sacrificing its own foundation. Its goal was to form a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to destroy Tai Bai Yunxing. What benefits would destroying him bring to the land spirit? This involved the annexation of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures could not annex each other, but after immortal ascension, the immortal aperture would become a small world. Between the heavens and earth, they could annex each other, which was even more beneficial to the Gu Immortal. Earlier on Tian Ti Mountain, Fang Yuan had given up a quarter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which was quickly seized by other Gu Immortals. Annexing other immortal apertures to strengthen one's own immortal aperture had many benefits. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunxing, the latter would die, but his immortal aperture would remain. After the immortal aperture was left behind, it would naturally be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After this annexation, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise greatly, and the land spirit's strength would also rise sharply. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through Giant Sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground. It was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke, and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their 5 senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right, and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunxing's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. Still too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him, as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive goo has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunxing gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight. His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement goo worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunxing directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunxing trying to commit suicide? Yi Luisang frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability. It only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam bam bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing! What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hit it too deeply, I only found out now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng is also proficient in cloud path gu worms. Yi Lui Sang praised, he was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing gu master. He had traveled in northern plains all these years, and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing gu masters were not proficient in defense, but in movement. When gu masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing gu masters were often the first targets, and most of the time, they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing gu master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the #1 healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. He Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Feng Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shan-yin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In true Yang building, giant suns will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Xianxia Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal Gu, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunsheng, he is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving ancestors' favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Gu. Feng Yuan's heart jolted, he poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Gu was a rank 5 luck path investigative Gu. It could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to a third of its original value. Feng Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck, it was still black coffin luck, it was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Feng Yuan's heart shook, he sneered to himself and looked at the blessed land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the Gu masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only He Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Feng Yuan felt his eyes hurting, he wisely stopped using luck inspection Gu. During the process of a Gu master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil. Using Gu worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and Gu would be injured, or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive Gu on him, he was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope, it was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds. This was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, I would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly, his hair was in a mess, his body was weak, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Buzz. Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert disaster goo. The rescue at 88-point Xianxia Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a goo immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a goo immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Goo immortals were not afraid, even if they had no defensive goo worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts would be in chaos, his thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yunsheng would not even have the ability to think, he would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Xianxia Tower has saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With True Yang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Hei Lolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any goo worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many cases of using immortal goo to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the immortal goo. It was just that most people were amateurs, they did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Xianxia Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sons would absolutely not sacrifice this precious immortal goo for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That is to say, Giant Sun's will support is limited. Next is the most crucial part. Everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yunsheng can quickly pass the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before goo was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal goo ascending to immortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly, his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar shined with a dazzling light. It also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most crucial moment has arrived. Feng Yuan, Hei Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others could clearly see this. Their gazes flashed. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal goo burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal goo slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal goo is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance. He did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yunxing shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. Immortal Gu landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before Gu also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success! Immortal Gu man as before. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunxing cried tears of joy. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder. The deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks, and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook. Facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come. He willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went. In a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring. The mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. Howl. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly became nervous. Immortal Gu had their own abilities except for defensive Gu, they were all weak. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yunxing. Fortunately, landscape as before Gu resonated with heaven and earth. It was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing had accumulated a lot. He quickly activated landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. Behind him, the silver horn green scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, the earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on. Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut, his body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yunxing could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88-point Xianxia Tower are limited, who knows when they will stop. I can only do this. Man as before immortal Gu is in my hands now. As long as there is time, there is hope. Tai Bai Yunxing screamed in his heart. Chapter 6:18. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer. The thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size. Its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunxing. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing. He could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of divert disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Xianxia Tower's help, otherwise, I would not have even a trace of hope of success. The light of divert disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunxing was caught off guard. He was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him. His thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunxing inside. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice divert disaster goo, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunxing. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunxing from the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sun's will could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Xianxia Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Xianxia Tower absorbed Tai Bai Yunxing, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunxing's life, Giant Sun's will chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor? This is a heavenly tribulation. It will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Xianxia Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now, he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense. And because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai Bai Yunxing had become the key to the battle between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Xianxia Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The Frost Jade Peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sun's will. It was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. It tore apart the defense of the 3 ancient tree men, but its speed fell greatly because of this. A metal path immortal goo behind it caught up. A layer of golden light quickly spread out from its body. Wherever the golden light went, it condensed into a thick golden shell, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock's body. Frost Jade Peacock only felt that the areas covered by the golden light could not move at all. It was immediately shocked and furious. It quickly flapped its wings, trying to raise its speed again. But at the next moment, it suffered the attack of a second immortal goo. An intense drowsiness assaulted its mind, causing its eyes to blur as it felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Bang! A loud sound echoed. It fell from the sky and fell head first to the ground, unable to fly again. It had a premonition of its fate of being sealed again, and tears of grief and indignation flowed out of its eyes. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Frost Jade Peacock muttered, trying to resist with all its remaining strength. But although it still had the power of immortal Goo Gruel mud, the two immortal goo that sealed it were not restrained by immortal Goo Gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Frost Jade Peacock burst out with an intense will to die. Disregarding everything, it extracted the foundation of Imperial Court blessed land, heaven and earth chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As for it, it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court blessed land was originally created by a space path goo immortal, thus the Blessed Lands area was huge, far surpassing its peers. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's development, it became a top-tier blessed land, possessing astronomical changes. It could be said that it was already one step away from transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could annex the time path goo immortal Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, space and time would converge. It would be a huge supplement to Imperial Court blessed land. It was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and raise Imperial Court blessed land to a grotto heaven. In this way, Frost Jade Peacock would be able to destroy most of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Although it could not suppress 88-point Xianxia Tower, it had the ability to sweep it away. But Giant Sun's will was too decisive. He would rather endure the attacks of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai by Yunqing's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only a remnant obsession of a dead goo immortal. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of this obsession that it had a sense of bravery and bravery. When it was sealed, it would rather be destroyed. Disregarding the consequences, it extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court blessed land. He helplessly thought of the only possibility. Unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master, what Giant Sun's will did not know was that in Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, there was landscape as before immortal goo that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another immortal goo that he had, false emotion fake will goo. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute. The land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Sun's will knew that as long as he found two candidates and used false emotion fake will goo, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sun's will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court blessed land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sun's will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using false emotion fake will goo to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Sun's will would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will goo contained Giant Sun's will. False emotion fake will goo was controlled by Giant Sun's will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will goo was still in his hands, at worst, Giant Sun's will could just choose two new people. Little Sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Sun's will was astute and far-sighted. He had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. The seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Xianxia Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, in Imperial Court blessed land, everyone was fleeing for their lives. There were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening. The wind was bone-chilling. Even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down. Tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Xianxia Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of Northern Plains. Not to mention the two people in front of him. These two people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Sun's will selected two satisfactory candidates. But Hei Lolan's vision suddenly changed. Even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist. She was forcefully sucked in by True Yang Tower. Save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing. He did not notice the changes in his surroundings. He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. It feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. He Lulan was speechless. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake Gu can deceive the land spirit. This is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the Blessed Land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lulan's gaze shook. Afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait! Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside. I don't want to be the Blessed Land's owner. I need to go out and save them." Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyun, and Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ming Jie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun, thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant sons will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily, tender feelings for the fairer sex as expected of my giant son's descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want. Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, "No, it is so dangerous outside now, I need to save the two of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly." Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself. How can you protect others? Giant sons will laughed heartily. Just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. I'll save your woman. Giant Sun's will was swift and decisive. The moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into True Yang building. Almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants. The reason why 88-point Xianxia Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sun's will did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sun's will made his move again. This time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify. It was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic. Even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed, broken walls were flying around in the wind. It was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Xianxia Tower's situation was worrying. It was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sun's will has already awakened. He wants you dead. It is already a good thing that he did not target you. He will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then. It can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. The benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. Why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point. The whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant Sun's will had awakened. Water Pavilion could no longer hide. It was a good chance to retreat now while True Yang building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card, he had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation. It was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation. It could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power. It could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of True Yang building. The Glass Owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2. It could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Xianxia Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside True Yang building, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Chang Li was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun. Silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's will in the air, thanking, "Thank you, old ancestor." Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. All right, don't talk nonsense. The heavenly tribulations are getting heavier. If this continues, even 88-point Xianxia Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible. Hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam. A group of tall tree men slowly walked over. Each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The tree ants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake Will Gu slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's will instructed in a leisurely tone. Hei Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chang Li watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Giant Sun's will's voice stopped. Hei Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." So it was like this, I was wrong. Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. Calm your mind. Get rid of all distracting thoughts. Don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake Will Gu's power better. Giant Sun's will continue to instruct. Hei Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute. Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. You brat, you are courting death. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest. She was flustered and exasperated. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of Hei Lulan's might, he muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against He Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's will. Disgraceful thing. He Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. Idiot! The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you. Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that He Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind. Chong Li also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake Wugu. Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake Wugu. He Lulan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion. Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you? Giant Sun's will's words made Chong Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chong Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chong Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder. His assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chong Li. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Xianxia Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Xianxia Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Ant, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Fang Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 True Yang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Xianxia Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white, the bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Xianxia Tower, and Tai Bai Yunxing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased, Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combatability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the glass owner token. He did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the Truyang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha, the glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon he saw Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber, motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seized the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed. The ice broke and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunxing gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunxing, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. This goo was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing lightly shouted and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before goo in the blink of an eye. The immortal goo suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Dang Hun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal goo gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed and Tai Bai Yunxing threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Dang Hun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Dang Hun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Dang Hun Mountain is back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that, he used his movement goo and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending one bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal goo, and used landscape as before goo to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai Bai Yunsheng was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Dang Hun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain? Tai Bai Yunsheng finally heard it clearly and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock, "Could it be? In the Legends of Renzu, could there be a second Dang Hun Mountain?" Fang Yuan's smile deepened. To think that I would actually see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the soul cultivation holy land that even spectral soul demon venerable praises endlessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him, this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had a subtle change again. He also solved Tai Bai Yunsheng's doubts. Why did True Yang Building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunsheng were almost all true, only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie, the lies became the truth. Especially this lie, it was Tai Bai Yunsheng's deepest secret. After being soul-searched by Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's mentality. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked, he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew. But he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope, he needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition, to a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals, he had experienced the mortal world, but on the path to immortality, he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his possession. He was no longer anxious, he also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was, from the deepest part of his heart, he was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? It was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal Gu to you. Tai Bai Yunsheng threw fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal Gu and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunsheng once again made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunsheng to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was solemn. He did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree man here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away. The false emotion fake Wugu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the Treants, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Shang. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the Tree Man. You are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon. Her origin is mysterious. She is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows, she might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shan-yin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong. You are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon, she is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy. The two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit. With its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The Tree Man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help. This caused Zhao Lianyun's heart to tremble and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Lianyun. The two of them truly loved each other and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the Tree Man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the Tree Man. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly appeared on the Tree Man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. This lad's luck is really amazing. Fong Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Bai Yunsheng was slightly shocked. He did not expect the Grand Fong Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you! He Lulan quickly sensed Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. His pupils shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Sun's will suddenly disappeared. The mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan-yin appeared again with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng beside him. The two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink. It was already surrounded by the Tree Man layer by layer. His and Zhao Lianyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at He Lulan, who had a grim expression, and asked calmly. Chapter 626. Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. Fong Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fong Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster. This was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind. Save, quickly save him. Logic also told Fang Yuan, if he saved Ma Hongyun, he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot stop me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice, his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout, seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Fang Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding, challenge, and stubbornness. The fire burned Fang Yuan's eyes red. The blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Let me send you on your way. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse. Like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He directly broke the giant tree man in front of him and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Aya! Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Fang Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents. But he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, it only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sun's will did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them. Then kill Zhao Lianyun. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Fang Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Fang Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sun's will had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak Blessed Land's land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Wugu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the Blessed Land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyun, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Wugu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Fang Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills. They were like headless flies, rampaging around. From time to time, they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache. Quickly make your choice, Fang Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fang Yuan, he did not have much time left. He could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fang Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Xianxia Tower, there were 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear. When Fang Yuan entered true inheritance secluded domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Xianxia Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Xianxia Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled. Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized. This is the best time to seize control of 88-point Xianxia Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's will was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Lianyun, he exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this. As long as he could take control of 88-point Xianxia Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, no matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He called out to Tai Bai Yunxing. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you, hold on. Yi Luisang's eyes were red. He shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden-horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Luisang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal goo. The golden-horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Luisang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Yi Luisang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to Gu Immortal, then Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc, and finally, 88-point Xianxia Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Luisang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ming Jie, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains Gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank Gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Sun's will took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Luisang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sun's will out of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Without Giant Sun's will controlling the round, large numbers of golden-horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Luisang and the others. Outside 88-point Xianxia Tower, the golden sand-like Giant Sun's will wrapped around the tower like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 true Yang building and giant suns will within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into giant sun's will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. He was the closest to Fang Yuan, feeling a formless heavenly power suddenly forming and wrapping around Fang Yuan, lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a deep impression of this mighty power of the heavens and earth. It was because he had personally experienced it not long ago. Junior brother, you are actually shattering your aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal now? Tai Bai Yunsheng's words shocked everyone present. Gu masters transcend mortals and step onto the path of immortals. It was a risk with a slim chance of survival. Fang Yuan was actually shattering his aperture in this dangerous situation, attempting to ascend to Gu Immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose in his head? He can't even see the most basic situation. Is he stupid? Could it be that he can't see any hope of victory and is using this special method to seek death? At once, Yi Lui sang and the rest were filled with doubts. But at the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar resounded in the whole True Inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment and triggered the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You actually have such evil intentions, wholeheartedly wanting to destroy True Yang building. Descendants, quickly kill this sinner. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have already started to change. Different from his previous roars, this time, other than overflowing anger, Giant Sun's will's voice was mixed with panic. The fusion of many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was far from a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The 10-year blizzard disaster affected the whole of northern plains. Although it had a large area, its power was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special regions to endure it. When Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to Gu Immortal, he left behind chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke. These were the most effective at restraining wills, and were only slightly troublesome to Giant Sun's will. But after these two fused together, Snow War Tribulation Lightning was created. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This tribulation lightning's power was terrifying. Giant Suns will have to pay a huge price to resist it. Now, on the foundation of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added. Once these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities fused, a new transformation would occur, and its power would be unparalleled. Even Giant Suns will felt fear. After all, it was only a special will left behind by an immortal venerable. Even though it could kill Gu immortals, under the might of heaven and earth, it paled in comparison. Quick, ancestor has spoken, let's attack together. Come with me, let's kill the two of them. Warriors of northern plains, crush these two outsiders into dregs. He Lulan and the rest were awakened by Giant Sun's will's command and charged over. Before they arrived, all kinds of Gu worms had already unleashed their majestic attacks. The third wave of chaotic branching fangs is actually coming together with the second wave? He roared towards the sky. The main body of his will that was like an armor fluctuated violently, almost collapsing. If he could spit blood, he would have spat out 3,000 liters of blood. Just now, when he had defended against the 9 chaotic branching fangs, Giant Sun's will had already used his full strength. Now, there were a total of 36 whirlpools and 36 chaotic branching fangs. The might of this was not a simple addition of numbers. Fang Yuan, you thief, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, Giant Sun's will almost gave up on the 88-point Xianxia tower. He wanted to find him and disregard everything to kill Fang Yuan. But he was not angry, but deliberate. He wanted to look at the big picture. He wanted to protect the inheritance treasure 88-point Xianxia tower. He had no choice but to contact the other will clones and gather all of his power to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What? The main body is actually sending me to resist the heavenly tribulation? In the true inheritance secret realm, the river-like Giant Sun's will was still waiting for reinforcements, but in the end, he received news of him returning to the main body. In an instant his heart turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I hate this. Giant Sun's will, who was fighting with Tai by Yunxing for the supreme true inheritance, was extremely regretful. He had no choice but to send a large portion of his forces to support the main body. But to prevent the 88-point Xianxia tower from being completely taken away by Tai by Yunxing, he still left a portion of Giant Sun's will to maintain the situation in the true inheritance light group. Because of this, the pressure on Tai by Yunxing decreased. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Giant Sun's will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your backup plan has achieved good results. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities has terrifying might. Even Giant Sun's will has no choice but to use all of his strength to defend. Junior brother, you are worthy of being Master's disciple. You have to persevere. The third step, releasing goo, is the most important. Success or failure will depend on this. As time passed, the 3-colored qi lump around Fang Yuan's body gradually shrunk until it was completely absorbed into Fang Yuan's aperture. He actually finished taking in the qi. He is going to proceed to the final step. He Lulan and the rest had been ignored all along, and when they saw the river-like Giant Sun's will retreating, they immediately panicked. What do we do now? Are we going to watch him become a goo immortal? Yi Lui Sang shouted. There is no more heaven and earth qi around Fang Yuan, we will attack now. Bian Si Xian suggested. But they did not move. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and awkwardness. Beside Fang Yuan, there was still the goo immortal Tai by Yunxing. Tai by Yunxing's pressure was greatly reduced. He held the true inheritance light lump in one hand, while facing He Lulan and the rest, ready to risk his life to protect them. There is no need to fear Tai by Yunxing, but once he ascends to goo immortal, there will be endless trouble. He is not a weak healing goo immortal like Tai by Yunxing. He Lulan clenched his fists, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. After calculating for a while, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took a step forward and launched a large-scale attack. Tai by Yunxing cried bitterly in his heart. He did not dare to face He Lulan's attack head-on. He could only shout, "You dare! As long as you retreat, I will use the supreme true inheritance in my hands to clash with the Luck Path true inheritance." Spring-autumn cicada rapidly recovered, an enormous pressure spread, the first aperture could no longer bear it. Not good. When the immortal aperture forms, not only does the space expand, the flow of time also changes. The cause of the latter is the immortal aperture becoming a small world, leading to a tributary of the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada feeds on the water of the river of time. Now that it is close to the river, it swallowed a lot of the river water and increased its recovery speed. Fang Yuan instantly understood the reason. Spring-autumn cicada had been recovering slowly since the last time it was used. The trip to northern plains had taken a long time. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and the pressure on the first aperture was also increasing. Originally, the first aperture was at the peak stage of rank 5. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, it could still last for some time. But now, this unforeseen event brought forward the time limit greatly. Since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had always been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal, this hidden danger immediately expanded into a serious internal problem, directly pushing it to Fang Yuan. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his body suddenly descending. A formless hand just brushed past his hair, grabbing air. In this situation, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. The immortal aperture had to form, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted, and all his efforts would go to waste. Without the strength of a Gu immortal, there was no way to continue fighting. But spring-autumn cicada could not be ignored. Crack crack. A loud sound reverberated in true inheritance secluded domain. As if something important had shattered, the sound made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone's momentum paused, and they raised their heads to look. True inheritance secluded domain was like an eggshell that had been hit, forming countless cracks. The cracks rapidly expanded, and light from the outside world shone in through the cracks. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks. 7 fingers appeared. Seeing so many giant light blue hands, many Gu masters cried out in alarm. So many giant hands, how can there be so many? Oh no, look, there is actually a 7-fingered giant hand squeezing in. Giant light blue hands continuously flew into true inheritance secluded domain, and everyone's situation became even more precarious. He Lolan's expression was grim. Even Tai Bai Yunxing felt an intense pressure in his heart. Flying masters were not omnipotent. So many formless hands greatly increased the difficulty of flying and dodging. Moreover, defending for a long time was bound to result in losses. Who wouldn't make mistakes when in a highly tense state? Oh no. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. What he feared had come true. At the crucial moment, he made a mistake. He lost his final chance, and 6 formless hands blocked his remaining escape route. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing gritted his teeth and directly charged towards a 3-fingered formless hand. With a swoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun and rose up, turning into a rainbow of light as it shot towards the blade. The luck path true inheritance was also ruled by a wild will. It naturally had an intense survival instinct. Don't even think about it. The dragon of giant suns will roared furiously without hesitation. It immediately chased after it. The true inheritance light lump was extremely fast. Giant suns will could not catch up to it for a while. The true inheritance light lump was about to leave the wind veil of assimilation. After escaping into northern plains, giant suns will finally let go of his worries. Killing the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was the first priority. This was the #1 priority that Giant Sun Immortal had given to the special will. When he could not have his cake and eat it too, Giant Suns will could only give up everything to achieve this goal. Giant Sun's immortal essence crazily poured into all the immortal goo, as the dragon of will shone with dozens of bright spots. Within 3 breaths of time, the light spots expanded rapidly. It was ready to attack. The will dragon's aura surged. Its might was awe-inspiring. An earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed at the next moment. But, right at this time, from the goo worm group, a true inheritance light lump suddenly appeared. This true inheritance light lump was the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance light lump. Its whole body was emitting a layer of faint light. This layer of light. It was not dazzling at all. It was constantly changing, forming all sorts of colors. Moreover, the light was very condensed and had a huge range, forming a huge halo of light with a radius of over 100 feet. The supreme true inheritance brought along a huge halo as it fiercely struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the cover of the halo, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and self-detonated like a series of firecrackers. With the supreme true inheritance as the center, a huge spherical halo of light appeared. It struck the dragon of Giant Sun's will and actually cut it in half. Giant Sun's will roared loudly. It fell into extreme anger and shock. It broke into 2. The dozen or so immortal goo that were ready to attack and were about to burst out were instantly silenced. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart shook. From the moment this supreme true inheritance suddenly appeared, its true identity was clear. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, there were only 3 supreme true inheritances. One was the 88-point Xianxia Tower itself. It had already been snatched by the Formless Hands group. This was also the main reason why 88-point Xianxia Tower completely collapsed and broke apart. One was the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance. It had once created the glory of Giant Sun Immortal. Right now, it was running for its life towards the wind veil of assimilation. The last one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan had once encountered it in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. If not for Mo Yao's will's timely reminder, he would have almost lost his life under the influence of Wisdom Goo. As a Rank 9, Wisdom Goo was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It was naturally extraordinary. It could emit the light of wisdom. Under the illumination of this light, the lifespan of living beings would decrease rapidly. Thoughts would be born and destroyed in their minds, colliding and creating sparks of wisdom. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be born and destroyed, colliding with each other and obtaining a result. Wisdom Path was one of the Goo Master Paths formed based on this principle. And the light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, increase the speed of movement to the limit, and increase the intensity of collisions to the limit. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path Gu immortal, he was already a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's Will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, "If this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. "Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts." Although Giant Sun's Will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's Will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time, he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's Will said earlier was not wrong. But against these mortal Gu masters, they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat Gu. It was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's Will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal Gu cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal Gu are not immortal Gu. They also have a limit. Activating them continuously will cause the Gu worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively. They knew a lot. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence, they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal Gu masters used mortal Gu, because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times. Thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When Gu immortals used mortal Gu, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many Gu worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of Gu worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle, he continuously changed Gu, using them alternately, like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal Gu for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many Gu. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many Gu. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Sun's Will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88-point Xianxia Tower, thus Giant Sun's Will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained great support. Giant Sun's Will was experienced and knowledgeable. Thinking of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's immortal Blessed Land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal Gu through Jewel Yellow Skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunxing, but he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. There was no harm in being prepared. It was finally put to use now. You borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sun's Will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning, piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of Gu worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal Gu. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming and scheming, harming the common people, going against ancestor giant's son, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged, Feng Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, giant son's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent, you should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a six-armed heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end, he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a six-armed heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling, it was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Feng Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Feng Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use spring-autumn cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time, I can naturally avoid this situation. But Feng Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close, there was no sound of wind, it only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Feng Yuan faced everyone from afar, he suddenly made a shocking move, he stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a six-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Feng Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned, even giant sons could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon, the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us, he is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why giant sons wanted Feng Yuan to surrender. If Feng Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Feng Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant sons had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a strength path immortal goo for you. Release your dark path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Sons Will said as he handed a strength path immortal goo to He Lulon. After obtaining the immortal goo that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulon could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sons will promise the other goo masters many benefits, giving out goo worms one by one. Giant Sons will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds, get rid of him, you will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people, you will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sons will had unparalleled prestige, he was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them, everyone mustered their courage and looked at Feng Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Feng Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulon explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen, the goo master's killing intent surged, no doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Feng Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength, true martial physique, and Giant Sons will. But they were also nervous. Feng Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Goo suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of goo flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now, it completely concealed it and hid among the goo group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sons was the first to react, laughing loudly, wonderful. This wisdom goo's wild will had just been born, it was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sons could directly participate in the battle. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms. But sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yao's will realize this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different goo master paths were perfectly harmonized in Feng Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the goo worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital goo. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal goo, the goo worms used to assemble six-arm heavenly zombie king, and Fang Yuan's second vital goo, all-out effort goo, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king. He needed six-arm heavenly zombie king's goo worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the black coffin death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path, this is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just about to say something, when giant suns will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Bai Yunsheng, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal gu. I have too many immortal gu, the cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Bai Yunsheng's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal gu, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising gu worms was like raising a mistress. Gu masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal gu was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal gu, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many gu immortals did not have a single immortal gu, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal gu. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Bai Yunsheng, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. How is Wisdom Gu? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the Blessed Land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the Blessed Land were basically under her control. Master, after Wisdom Gu was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a Rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that Wisdom Gu was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wisdom Gu shone with 5 colors. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu.